Midweek.com/SPORTS.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hey, the crossover is powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Look at this. Welcome to the Thunderdome.
Now this is a 3-box.
Welcome to the Thunderdome. This is a real all-star team of S-housery.
People are saying this is the crossover that they've wanted since the beginning of time.
Have people been saying that?
I don't know. Let's
Josh,
find out
I
if
haven't
they
heard
like
that,
it.
Josh.
No one's told me.
Well.
I would like someone to tell me that if they
This is
feel
the
that way.
crossover I've been looking forward to.
Oh.
No offense. No, today I've been looking forward to it. I knew that my co-host wasn't going to be here. Now I didn't think his baseball team would be down by 100 runs.
Yeah, that's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, and I knew my producer would be producing the game where said team is down by 100 runs.
That is true. Or your
it's now
producer
it's
would
us.
be enjoying a honeymoon on a frothing course.
Still a little concerned about the 3-day
Where is he?
No idea. He doesn't want anyone to know anything about his life.
That's kind of annoying.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to share yourself with the audience. The audience
Yeah.
wants to be your
They
friend,
want
man.
to relate. They want to relate.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't do
I don't
that.
have to deal with that.
Otson, can I give a tiny critique of you today?
Yes, please.
Just a tiny one. So I often open up the Middays with Matt podcast. I try to listen and support your show. I'm not being critical of you. This is of him.
This isn't a great lead up.
Okay, good. So I scroll through, and first of all, every time softball, skip.
Okay, wait. God forbid we talk about softball.
Josh
There-
Peterson out on women.
Okay.
Yes, Josh
I love
Peterson
women.
doesn't like women's
Love women.
sports. Hanging
Love
in the
women.
Louvre.
But I saw in the crossover who is the voice of 1620, and I thought, wow, that will be a great meaty discussion. It was like 10 seconds.
It was.
I listened to it. I was like, okay, well, that topic is done. And then I skipped to the Michael.
I think it
interview.
was a very easy.
Yeah.
thing.
I was looking for some debate. I was just hoping my name wasn't even going to get mentioned. I didn't even get mentioned.
Look, when I typed that into the episode description, I thought we were going somewhere with it.
Yeah, it was over before it got started.
I just don't think there's.
Would you like to
really-
continue it?
No, it's the answer is John. The answer is John.
Yeah, but you definitely. Now the answer is John from a human perspective.
Oh,
From a non-human perspective,
what does that mean?
the message boards,
Yeah.
Oh.
I would say, is Josh Peterson.
Well,
Oh, the person that they talk about most on the internet.
I think
Happer
if,
suddenly is coming from my corner, though.
are
let's
they getting mad at Happer?
They hate Happer
well,
Really?
he's Creighton guy.
Well, that's on Twitter. That's really on
and the
Twitter.
message boards.
I've kind of floated under the radar recently, which I'm totally okay with.
If someone were to
You're
die,
like, no, you haven't.
Yeah.
If
I
someone
haven't.
were to die,
Oh,
My God.
who would we put front and center driving the so and so has died show,
Not me.
it would be John Bishop.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I know what you're referring
Oh, you're
to.
saying like, oh, I see. Yes.
Yeah.
It's like a very important person
Yes.
locally died.
Yes.
And we needed the person to
Yeah.
talk about
we
that
needed
person.
to go wall to wall
John
with
is
some
the-
type
John
of
is the man.
coverage.
Yeah. But if it happens at 9:59,
Yeah.
Matt, you're leading the way.
That is true. You need to know that.
You don't get to
about
punt on
this
your
job.
show.
Yeah.
There was a person in Chicago who had a running, and this existed.
Ooh, running.
They had a running week off when a certain very famous football coach in Chicago would pass away.
Wait, if the coach passed away, they would take the week off?
If Ditka passed away, this person in Chicago had
Wow.
Is that person still in radio?
I don't want to go any farther because I don't
Okay,
want.
Yes. Oh, well, now when somebody takes a week off after Dick had passed away, we're
They're
gonna
no
go
longer.
with it.
They're no. They're. I don't think they're. I
Okay.
don't.
Are they at Barstool now?
I don't know.
Okay. Interesting.
But
so
they-
that's what you want for something in particular.
No, I don't. I
So
don't.
here's what
want
you do.
that.
Here's what you do. I'm going to give you some
I'm
advice.
just telling you. I'm telling you an example. though.
Yeah. When this happens, because it will happen, everybody dies. Don't get mad at me, all you weirdos about Jimmy Kimmel. When somebody dies, what's going to happen is you text Michael and you have him on.
Yeah.
You text. See, I mean, you could even see if Kugler would want to come on. He'd want to, because he'd be the first person that I would think of to ask about this person.
Yeah.
And then, others who maybe knew him. a
I
little bit more.
already got.
Okay.
they're-
All right. You got the show planned already?
yeah.
All right. You're ready to go. All right. Perfect. Chance.
Watching. I've been watching movies.
Yeah. Which ones?
That's right. Yeah, I'd like Josh's opinion on
I'm
this.
of movies.
Reservoir Dogs
Okay.
and Sixth Sense.
Okay. Interesting. What are your
Yeah.
thoughts?
They're good.
Yeah.
I
Did-
would-
I assume you knew about the twist at the end of the sixth.
I mean, they're no Megamind, but
don't even know what that is.
they're.
It's a children's movie.
Wow.
It's no Wreck-It Ralph, but
Yeah,
they're solid.
Did you knew about the twist?
No, I had no idea.
No way. How is
I
that even?
had-
I don't know how that's possible.
I had no idea.
Like, I've never seen Planet of the Apes, but I know about this twist.
What's
I
the
debated
twist?
not-
What's the twist of Planet of the Apes?
It was Earth all along.
It was Earth all. Well, you've never seen that where the Statue of Liberty is buried in the sand?
No.
Wow, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know about Darth Vader? Well, you've seen Star Wars.
Yeah. We actually had a passionate Star Wars conversation.
See, you didn't know. You didn't
I had
know.
no idea.
That's all. Did you love it then? God, that
I-
sounds amazing.
I jumped up. I was like watching the movie like this.
Yeah.
Like I was like, this is how I watch movies. I'm like leaned like this.
we watch movies in a similar way.
right? Like I'm
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And when I found out that MFer was dead the whole time,
Yeah.
I was like, he's been dead.
Wow, that is incredible.
I debated not putting it on the 10 movies Matt needs to watch ASAP list because I
Because-
assumed he just knew it. Maybe he didn't know like the context, but he knew Bruce Willis was dead.
yeah.
I had
Oh,
no
I've
idea.
I've heard that before.
See, I am pretty sure that when I saw that, I knew about the twist because it was so ubiquitous, and I watched it on VHS at my friend's house. My
Okay.
best friend Kyle. Shout out Kyle.
I was
Shout out
getting
Kyle.
mad at Willis the entire movie.
Yeah.
I was like, no crap, you're getting cheated on. You're not talking to your wife. Why aren't you talking to
So
your
in
wife?
hindsight, did you go back and think like, oh, that door handle, and he can't get it open because there's something in front of it the whole
Well,
time?
no, but I did think it was very. I did catch on a little bit where the glass just broke after he threw the rock when they were about to kiss in the store.
Yeah.
You know. Now, I did find it very weird when she was taking the shower and he didn't like go and hop in the shower.
Hell
you
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I was just like, but then I was getting mad when he was talking to Cole and he's like, my wife won't talk to me.
Is
I was like,
Cole is that Haley Joel Osment's character?
yeah, he. By the way,
Good.
such a good actor.
Yeah, for sure. So the other things that I remember from that movie, obviously the twist ending is great. Yet there was like one jump scare that I remembered, and that was when they're in the car and he's talking about the accident, and he's like, she's standing right next to me, and then suddenly it goes to her and she's like covered in blood. I remember.
Yeah,
being like, oh,
I
did
didn't.
it
I didn't
jump a little bit?
know. No, but when the
Hmm.
kid who got like shot in the back of the head was,
I don't remember that one.
he was like, he hit
I
the
remember
back
that
of
kid
his
who got
head.
poisoned, the one whose
Oh,
mom was
that-
poisoning her. Right?
That was a jump scare.
Yeah,
Of
because
like,
she's under the bed, right?
she's
She
under the
crawls
bed
out.
and she starts throwing up right in front of him.
Yeah,
And
tight.
like,
God.
I don't know. I was like, that's kind of tough casting because that's the first person he's supposed to be nice to,
Mm.
and she's throwing up
That
right
was
in front
Rachel
of him.
Bilson, right?
Rachel Bilson.
Why would that mom do that? That was terrible.
Moms do that,
question.
man. That's like
My-
a plot point in
really?
movies.
He,
I mean,
uh,
not good moms, bad moms.
He Matt revealed a little something about himself today. He said he
Ooh.
does not like infidelity in movies.
Yeah,
but in real life, you're good with it.
I'm no. God,
Hashtag Rossini.
no, I'm not. I'm great at making jokes about it.
Okay, but you're
She
out
made
on
that
it.
man a playlist.
You're out, that was wild. So you're out on infidelity, but only in movies.
Yeah, why are you saying it like that's a hot take? Like, yes, I'm out on people cheating on one another.
No, but in movies, like it's a plot point. You
I'm
know?
kind of irks me.
Wow. So I've been rewatching Mad Men. And yeah, I mean, you would hate
Little bit
Don
of
Draper.
infidelity there.
Yeah, spoiler alert, Don Draper.
Yeah, like what was that one Harrison Ford movie where
What Lies Beneath?
Star
no,
Wars.
No, Forgetting Henry or
Never saw it.
Regarding him?
Regarding Henry,
Mm.
something about Henry.
They did not forget him. They regarded him.
Well, he was effing her in
Okay.
a hotel room,
Oh wow, that's pretty wild.
and he was cheating on his wife, but he had no idea he was cheating on his wife. He had a coma.
Spoiler
was
alert.
Harrison Ford is a terrible human who cheats on his wife in a hotel room, and then goes ahead and is like gets a coma, and then he becomes a great guy, and then he finds out that he was a terrible human throughout the entirety of the movie.
Cold-hearted
But-
lawyer undergoes a complete metamorphosis after he's shot in the head during a robbery and must endure a slow and grueling recovery.
Wow, that's a pretty good plot.
Yeah,
That's pretty solid.
but then I
Never seen
never
it.
liked him the entire time because I was like,
'Cause
you
he's
cheat
an
on your
a-hole?
wife.
KD says Matt is literally living the dream of learning important things for the first time as an adult. Seriously, I'm kind of jealous of you getting to watch The Sixth Sense now.
It's the single movie, if I could rewatch for the first time, that's
Yeah?
the one I'd pick.
Oh man, that's a good question. I remember when I watched Shawshank for the first time because I knew nothing about it, and I remember texting my dad afterwards, like, "Dad, this is like the most incredible movie I've ever seen in my entire life." So that might be my answer. Oh, here's a topic. Well, real quick, what was the other movie that you watched for the first time recently?
Reservoir Dogs.
It's fine. It's
It's
not
fine.
Tarantino's best.
It's we had
Pulp Fiction's better.
conversations about it.
Okay, so my wife.
My
she,
wife!
She threw out an idea. Now, I don't want this topic to come across as I'm Matt McMaster going home for my birthday. I celebrate my birthday, but just as like a way to.
What is that sentence?
It's a way to. So you know, like basically, once you're 21, you should stop celebrating your birthday. Like everyone,
Great take,
everyone made
Josh.
fun of you for it. Like Matt went home to spend time with his family for his birthday. Like I didn't do it, but people.
Whoa!
A lot of
Who
people
made
go-
fun of me. for
Everybody
that?
A
did.
lot of people go the
Yeah.
opposite round, like,
Yeah.
it's my birthday
Yeah.
week.
So what?
First off,
You don't get a birthday
This
week.
topic's
You're
not
an
about
adult.
you. This
first
topic's
off,
about me.
no.
This
This
topic's
is
not
a
about
hunk
you.
of crap.
This
Who
topic-
was mad? Who was mad?
I
Who
saw
was mad?
tweets.
I don't know what he's
Who was
talking
mad?
about.
There were
What
texts and
tweets?
tweets.
Who texted you?
I don't know the show. We have the text line.
First off,
402-951-6.
I'm going to make this clear. My birthday on Easter. My birthday was on Easter. I went home for Easter. I went home because he rose. He's risen.
Yeah,
Why are you laughing?
because the way you said it was funny.
I'm stuttering here because I went home for Easter,
Yeah.
and then
And your birthday.
I took a day off
For your birthday.
Sue me.
For your
No,
yeah.
for Easter,
Okay. Anyway,
so I could have mimosas.
so again, now hear what I'm about to say. Not as Josh celebrates his birthday every year like McMaster. No. It's more my birthday.
it's not that I celebrate my birthday.
So
every
my
year.
birthday
I
is-
went home for Easter.
My birthday is around Labor Day, and so it's a great excuse to get all of my friends together and do something before the school year, right?
My birthday is around Memorial Day.
Yes.
We do the same thing.
Exactly.
Like,
So
we're
it's
going to
less-
get together this weekend anyway.
It's
Let's
not.
just,
Hey, let's
uh-huh.
go. Nobody buys me a cake, but I get together.
I
with my-
got a cake. They bought me a cake.
Of course you did.
Nice.
So, it mustache Adam, the C&T chair is right there, Matt. So I get together with my best buds, their wives, all of us. We used to go bowling and now we don't. So Riz threw out this idea recently. She said, what if we rented a movie theater and saw a movie? And she was like, what would you think of that idea? And I said, dear, that sounds like an incredible idea because we could go see a movie. And then she was like,
mhm.
what movie should we see?
Yeah.
So I have been debating now in my
Napoleon
head.
Dynamite.
No, I've been debating in my head for like a week and a half. What movie? Because
Yeah.
I've thrown out multiple movies.
50 First Dates.
Definitely not. Most of my movie ideas, like at first, were like talkie movies, like The Prestige,
The Amazing Spider-Man 2 with Jamie Foxx and Andrew Garfield.
Social Network. Never saw
You
it.
want something a little more spectacle.
Yeah. so
Okay. More respect. You know what I got for you? In
Yeah.
Time with Justin Timberlake and Killian Murphy.
literally not once. So the idea that I had last night, I let Banks out, and it came to me was,
Yeah. Madam Web.
you had the first three letters.
Madam Secretary.
No, you had the first three letters, not the first word.
Madam Alliance.
No, just mad.
Mad Men.
Matt.
Mad Women.
Mad Max Fury
Mad-
Road.
Oh, that's
Okay.
a lot more words after, but okay.
Because I'm like, wow, Mad Max Fury Road on the big screen would
Uh-huh.
be pretty fun with my best pal.
Yeah. Isn't that just what's going on in Alabama? Isn't just not a whole lot of rain and they're just driving through there 1,000 miles an hour?
Oh, is that what's happening in Alabama?
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
So-
Chance writes, good choice. Thank you. Jimmy says, so good. I know I think I saw it in theaters. I cannot remember if I saw it in theaters. But I'm like, wow, seeing that on the big screen would rule. Have you seen Mad Max Fury Road?
No, I have no interest.
Okay. That movie is the bee's knees.
Yeah.
That movie is so kick-ass.
Yeah.
I remember when the trailers came out, I thought this looked stupid.
I don't think you'd like it.
It's dystopian.
I think you'd find it boring. Yes, it is.
Yeah, get out of here.
There's a blind guy playing a guitar with flames shooting out of it on a car.
The doof.
That guy, that's boring. Then what's his name?
Where is she taking them?
Yeah, that sounds stupid.
Yeah, well, you're not the smartest person that I've ever met.
I want to think. That's why if it were me, I would probably play Green Book. That's a great movie.
Wow.
With Mahershala Ali.
I've never wanted to see that movie.
Whoa.
It seems like one of those.
You never wanted to see that movie?
No, because it seems like one of those.
Do you like The Blind Side?
Yeah, see, that's the exact point. What was the
white savior trope?
Bingo. Because when I was a kid, when I was Matt's age, I loved the golf movie with Will Smith.
Legend of Bagger Vance.
Yeah, and then I got older and I was like, oh man, it's a little problematic because it's about
How is it problematic?
About a white savior.
Black guy can't solve his problems.
Yeah,
without
he's a white person.
Yeah.
Okay,
is that who you strive to be?
No, it's not. You're not spin zoning this on me. Mahershala Ali is a phenomenal piano player trying to make a statement. In Alabama and in the South.
Whites.
No, he's being improperly treated in the South as a black man, and he has Tony Lip, whatever, help him out because there are moments where Mahershala Ali, because of the times, is helpless.
That's right.
And it's terrible and it's awful.
There's a
but
nice exhibit about the actual Green Books at the Durham right now.
It's a beautiful movie that was nominated for an Oscar.
It won Best Picture.
That doesn't mean, not every good movie is nominated for Oscars, though. So
that's not true. F1 is a great movie.
No, it is not.
I love that.
3 out of 5.
You are insufferable.
That's a good take.
Thank you. See,
we're critics. We like to find new things in a movie. It's a sport movie. Automatically, it could be only a size of 4.
I don't critique you for watching offensive line play like you do. In fact, I think that that's a positive about you as a person.
Wish my brain worked that way.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
My brain, my offensive line is the movie theater.
Juan Claude Van Damme goes. Matt also loves The Blind Side. I love The Blind Side. I think it's a great movie.
Classic. This is not the movie. You.
And the movie is a classic.
Hey,
no, it's not.
She won an Oscar.
She did win an Oscar.
Oh, I was thinking of SJ being the knight.
I remember when I had first met Mike Schaefer, and we came to find out that we both loved reading. And he says, "Have you ever read The Blind Side? It's way better than the movie." And I said, first of all, what a sentence. I've said that sentence many times, but apparently it's actually about guard or tackle play, not, white safety.
Do you like The Help?
I saw The Help in social studies class.
What'd you think?
And I totally forget.
Okay.
About that
Do you like Avatar?
The Last Airbender?
I've never seen Avatar.
With the blue people.
No, I've never seen that movie.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you like Avatar?
Do I?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
They're making like 8 other movies, right?
Well,
yeah, and no one ever talks about any of them.
It's wild. There is nothing in the world that is as popular as the Avatar movies are that do not have a part in the cultural consciousness like those movies.
There's absolutely nothing that anyone brings up. There's no gif. There's no
seriously
quote.
That's a great point. We never, like, a football play happens and then you use an Avatar meme to describe the play. Nope. I'm going to try to do that this football season. Calandria. All right. I don't even know what an Avatar meme would look like.
They're like,
let's search Avatar.
If Avatar was an athlete, somebody who kept getting shoved down your throat, but never really made that big of an impact. Yeah. Avatar is the Chris Paul of movies.
Wow. That's tough for Chris Paul.
I just always saw Chris Paul was always in the playoffs and he was always around. But like,
that feels like a pretty good.
Did he ever win an MVP? No, he never won an MVP. Did he ever win a title? No. In 20 years from now, am I going to be showing my kids clips of Chris Paul? Probably not. Have I ever said, remember that one Chris Paul play where he did that? The only one when he shot the three and it cut the lead to 49.
Wait, you know the other thing that I remember from Chris Paul was the time
Ryan Russillo loving him. That's the next best Chris Paul thing.
Honestly, you're not wrong. It's like the shot down 100.
Russillo's obsession.
But the time that they were playing the Thunder to go to the Western Conference Finals and he dribbled the ball off his foot. Or the point guard turns it over multiple times at the end of game 5.
Or was it against San Antonio in game 6 where he turned the ball over 2 different times to lose them the game? Or was it?
Hey, remember when they were up by 1 million points against the Rockets and they somehow blew that game in 2015?
Do you remember 2017 where the Rockets are about to upset the Golden State Warriors and then he hurt his hamstring?
I do remember that. Wow. Tough.
The Chris Paul. Avatar is the Chris Paul.
That guy was really... Oh, wow. Now, what do you think about this from John? I don't think you're going to like this one. Avatar is the Caleb Williams of movies. You know I'm on your side about Caleb Williams. I think he's pretty good.
It's more than pretty good.
Okay, well, I would know if I
that's
go
kind
too
of crazy.
far.
That's kind of crazy.
I keep forgetting. Do you want or not want them to be on the opening Thursday night of the
I want
season?
it.
Okay.
I want it.
Seahawks hosting
I
the
want
Bears.
that smoke.
Bum, 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 bum.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I actually you want to hear my new ringtone? Do we still do ringtones in
Nope.
society?
I mean,
No, my phone hasn't made a sound in 12 years.
yeah, probably, yeah, this is like an old guy move.
I love ringtones.
Next time Bishop is in
And
here,
and
ask him.
sometimes I'll like turn my phone
How's
off
that game going,
silent.
by the way, Josh, is it still on?
Yeah, Creighton decided to try, and we're going to be a while.
Here, this is can we play the
13-6,
can we
bottom of the
play a
eighth, bases
TV?
loaded.
It's fine. Just do it.
Can we play a TV theme on the radio?
Just do it. It's
Yeah, go for it. You never saw the Chick and Nick show, did you?
Whoa. NBC hockey theme.
Yeah.
Underrated.
Very
underrated. Nobody ever celebrates that
one. Live from San Jose, California, Doc Emmerich along with Eddie Olczyk.
You're doing that thing where the bit goes on just a little too long.
The 3-time Stanley Cup champion
Your
take
Doc
on.
Emmerich, your Doc Emmerich is terrible. That is worse than any of your impressions that I've ever heard before.
Only 37 miles separate the New York Islanders and the New York Rangers.
Did you
Can't be
hear
that
him
many
do it
miles.
about 20 minutes ago?
Wait, he's done this twice in the last half hour now?
Yeah, yeah.
Van Gergensen in overtime.
Are you just
Gergensen.
Are you just being loud?
Fires goal?
No, that's not how we said it. He would say, "Scar!"
Score.
That's how Doc Emmerich sounds.
That's how he said
I've
it.
said it many times. Scar!
Live from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Hokey Skirt says that sounds like a geriatric Christopher Walken. My God, that's awful.
No, I'm
Tay, who is pregnant with child, writes,
Whoa,
I'm
congrats.
going to be sick. She's probably already sick all the time anyway. And now
That
you're
sounds
making
like
it
a her
worse.
problem.
Well, it's called being pregnant, Matt.
I've never had to experience that in my life.
That's true, unless
true.
science changes.
Have you seen Junior? Put Junior on the list.
Doesn't Arnold's got a movie where he's pregnant, right?
Junior.
Oh, it's that one.
You
Okay.
walked right into it. Yep.
Yeah.
I've never seen Junior.
It's terrible.
Yeah. What movies are you seeing these days, Josh?
I'm watching.
The way you said
No,
that.
I like
That's
Josh-
like how I asked my
Bring-
buddy in college, who you seeing? Who
No,
you
bring-
seeing?
bring
Who's
back
the
the
old,
s-
who's
You
the
know he
old
has a
ball
sub-
and chain?
You know he has a Substack.
Funny you bring that up. I'm
Are you-
actually working on two
Let's
baseball
go.
season. The schedule lightens a little. I got a little more
you
time.
have a Substack?
Working on two pieces right now. On one on Mortal Kombat, the other on the 1996 classic starring Pamela Anderson, Lee Barbed Wire.
Wow. I cannot wait to read that.
Pam Anderson this week in women's.
Are you
history.
seeing anything? Have you seen anything good recently? I bought tickets to a movie. for
No, I
next
haven't.
week.
I haven't gone to the theater in a little while.
See, you want me to ask you what movie, and I'm not going.
No, it's fine.
what movie?
Hokum.
Okay,
Yeah.
that looks.
My best bud and I.
what is that like? Like somebody who's like dehydrated in Texas? Hokum.
Wow. Okay. That was actually okay. That was not too bad.
It was a long walk, but
it really took a little long.
Yeah.
I don't need you to analyze my jokes. I'm a funny individual. Okay.
You are funny. I think you're very funny.
Someone should rein you in.
Yeah. That's the goal of today's crossover, I think.
Isn't that the goal of every morning crossover too? You know, we actually had a pleasant morning crossover
Yeah.
because Happer. I'm going to be real with you.
Oh,
If I
awesome.
wanted
It's
to-
a scary movie. by
If
the
I
way.
wanted to be fixed, I'd have a girlfriend. Okay. But instead, I have Connor Happer. Okay. Happer's always trying to fix me. He's always trying to
Are
like-
you implying that that's the only purpose of a woman?
no. You can't.
You talk like Bishop's generation.
Can't.
did.
Hey, you can't.
Hold ball and chain. She tells me what to do. I would never say something like that about my
Chicks.
wife.
Your wife is great.
Yeah, she also doesn't try to do that crap with me, but
Make like fix you.
yeah, she doesn't do that because that's an outdated notion of women. Anyway, so Happer's your wife.
That's kind of what I was accentuating there. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of what I was going for. If I wanted to be fixed every minute of the day.
Is he trying to help you get better? Or is he just?
I don't know
being
what
critical?
he's trying to do.
Okay, so I have this belief that Connor, his brain is a little fried at the end of the morning show,
His brain is fried. Period. Right now.
and his go-to is, "Hey Matt, why do you live your life this way?" Instead of
Anything
like, hey,
else.
Hey Schaefer, do you have a a
No.
topic we could talk?
No,
Because
no, no.
Schaefer's good at pulling topics out of his
You know
butt,
what?
like,
Mr. Ideas. He's
Yeah.
the idea man.
But Happer did try to spin it as if like I see myself in you, you know, like he did try and pull that one off, which I don't know if that's fully correct.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's trying to like, I don't know what he's trying to do.
Yeah. You do have a lot to offer.
I do.
Yeah.
Too bad no women can
But
find that out.
13-6 in the bottom of the 8th. They still got a whole extra inning.
Bases are loaded for the
What?
Jays.
Do you
right
want me to
now.
stay back here and host with
They're
you?
trying
No,
to
it's
win.
fine. I got because the next
Are you
segment
sure?
will be
I'd love to.
will be the setup segment, and then it will be Farron. And so now Farron's going to
Farron.
be.
Mac. I can barely hear
We
you.
can barely hear you.
Oh, end of the 8th. They left the
Your
bases
fair
loaded.
skin is.
But now they can't get run ruled.
Nope.
I'll be honest. So people are, they're always critiquing those of us in the media. You're rooting for this. You're rooting against that. I will be honest to Creighton baseball fans. I was rooting for you to get run ruled a half inning ago, but that's just
Wow.
so then John.
Wow,
would
how
be
dare
here
you admit that you don't support the local sport
He needs
team.
a co-host and a
Wow.
producer.
just today. Yeah,
He'll get
seriously.
both
Hey,
when
you
the
could
Creighton
do
game's
do
over.
this thing on your own. We'll get you a solo
Also-
show, a one-man
Ooh.
show. Josh Peterson behind the board,
Nobody wants that.
harkening back to your days as a producer.
Also,
Definitely not.
fun. One of those fun baseball is weird things. The Omaha Storm Chasers started an hour after Creighton.
And they're probably done.
They are in the top of the 9th.
That is a really tough look. That is a really tough look. Don't like that at all.
Chance in the chat goes, I asked Schaefer at Nick's wedding about the crossover, and he said, and I quote, Connor and I were playing bad cop and bad cop.
That's hilarious.
Here's my one thing. YouTube commenter Chance got an invite and Maddie Mac didn't?
It's
I know Chance used to work here. I'm aware.
yeah, but you do work here.
I know.
The further the closer we got to the wedding, honestly, the more shocked I was that you weren't getting an invite.
I got an
He knew
invite.
the day before that I wasn't going to be able to make it anymore because I was sick. I
Yeah.
couldn't believe you didn't even get like, oh, we got this extra food.
Oh, I got an
He must
invite.
really hate you.
I got an invite from somebody's wedding who I talked to maybe 10% of the amount I talked to Nick.
I think it's because he doesn't like him. Is
I
that what
think
we're
that
learning? I
might-
think it's actually a dislike of Matt.
He'll never say it, but I believe that to be the reason.
Wow, we're really just airing out that Grim doesn't like me.
I
on
mean,
the
why
air?
why otherwise would he not have?
I
invited
wasn't
you?
really putting. Can I be real with you?
And
I wasn't
he
losing
ain't-
any.
He
I
ain't
wasn't.
listening.
I wasn't losing
He
any.
better not.
I
be.
wasn't losing any sleep over it.
Tay says you can go to her wedding. Oh man,
God.
her and Alex, that wedding will be a riot.
Well, that's gonna be
Yeah.
a booze bag. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm great at weddings, man. I'm a good. You don't. Come on. I'm a good wedding guest.
I've
I
never,
actually believe this about you.
I mean, why are you saying this to me? I've never been to a wedding.
Just admit
with
it. Just admit it.
you. I mean, I'm sure I'd have a great time. I'd want to be at your table. Tay, put us at the table.
See, here's the
together.
thing. I have a problem. Like
The zone table.
I had a friend of mine who she was like, I'll be your plus one at weddings. You know, like we'll go to weddings together. It'd be fun. She's a great partier. She's got a girl or a boyfriend now.
Yeah.
So it's just like, I can't take her as my plus one to weddings.
Yeah.
So now like I have about 6 weddings coming up in the next 18 months.
That's so many weddings.
I
remember when I was your age. I went to them all the
it
time.
sucks to have so many friends, you know?
It's a burden that
It's just like, I
have been
I'm too
an
cool for
usher, a
people.
groomsman, or a best man in like 9 weddings. It's the burden of being a great person.
I am going to be in a lot of weddings.
By the way, Tay says there will absolutely be a zone table. Tay is going to get to participate in one of the cool parts about having media people at the wedding, and that is a full table of the media. Like, I've been to many weddings.
Can you
where
believe that take by that idiot?
it's a great table. Now, normally it's going to weddings of media people, and then there's the media tables.
Yes.
And I guess Alex is media adjacent. He's as close to being in the media.
That
as
is
you can be.
interesting. A media table at a non-immediate media
That's
wedding.
what this is.
Yeah.
That is
It's a
wildly.
rarity.
That is a rarity.
When you are someone who has a ton of media friends, because like
yeah,
like Alex is a rare beast around here.
he is a rare beast.
He's a handsome beast.
He is
That's
a
what
dude. His hair, man.
Great hair.
Oh, good. Hair.
Holy crap!
He's a
that
handsome
guy.
man.
I don't want to be weird.
No wonder
and
he
like,
will sire a child.
yeah, I mean, he's a good-looking dude. Sire.
Uh-huh.
I've been reading a lot about sires. Horses, the ones. That,
Oh, okay.
They go ahead and.
Now that's a topic that I have no desire to ask you about, so I'm just gonna.
If you told me that
Right
you could be
on.
an all-time like what athlete would you want to be all time?
You'd want to be a horse.
Secretariat had a pretty
You
great
are a
life.
psycho. That is the dumbest thing.
That
you've
guy
ever said.
won 3 races.
He's not a guy. He's a horse. That animal.
He won.
got to have a lifetime's worth of sex.
Wilt Chamberlain did too,
Yeah, but
and he's a human.
the secretary wasn't responsible for the children after.
I don't know that Wilt took care of all
Yeah,
of them.
certainly Sean Kemp wasn't. You
Yeah.
know, just wrap the tool, bro. Like that's all you got to do. Do what I did. Just go snippy snip.
I still have a lot to live for.
No, but I'm saying, but in this world, you're an athlete. You're a horse.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you do it. I'm saying if you were
that
Wilt
guy
Chamberlain,
ran for 13 minutes and we still talk about him to this day.
You talk
Imagine
about
doing
him
anything
this-
for 13 minutes.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so long.
That's a long time.
Oof.
Wow. Doug in Idaho, if there are 10 chairs at the table, does Matt get bumped out?
If it were up to Nick, obviously.
Well, yeah, you'd have to.
I mean, I would have to.
Wonder how much he would have like sold a ticket to you for his wedding.
Oh, I would have.
Like if you were like, Nick, I will pay you to go. If you
I
had
would
said, I'll
never
give
do
you.
that.
No, I know you wouldn't. But if you were like, I'll give you $10, he's not taking $10. But what if you?
Do you
were
know
like
what would be really
$50?
funny?
Huh.
If he was like, Matt, you get to come to the wedding, but we got an open bar for the original people who got
You
invited.
gotta pay.
You have to pay to go to the. You have to pay to drink.
I think
at the
you'd
wedding.
still go.
I think
Bring
I
a
would.
Flask is what you would do, right?
And now
I would
that's the
actually-
play. That's
Do you know
the
what I
play.
would bring? I would actually bring a bucket of fireball shooters and just wrap it around in people's faces and just be like, "Look what
I'm stunned that he didn't invite you, knowing that piece of information.
did." I mean, once again, didn't lose any sleep.
Yeah,
No,
good. I'm
it
happy
was
to
it
know.
was a little shocking when I got a save the date yesterday from someone else. Though I was like, "Oh, I mean that person's great, and I'm going to go to that."
Is
But
that
I
for
didn't.
someone here?
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't. Did you get
I-
to save the date, Josh?
I didn't get to save the date.
Wait,
Oh.
someone's getting married?
Yeah.
Oops.
Who's
getting married? Someone
talk about-
downstairs?
We'll talk about it later.
Is there a downstairs person getting married?
A downstairs?
That's what I'm asking.
There's only one
Wait,
person
we don't work
downstairs.
with anybody in yoga.
No, down the main floor.
The floor
This
that we're
floor.
currently on.
Is someone on this floor is getting married?
Um,
Wow, that's hilarious. Is our longevity here now working against us? 4 and out the door, classic zone.
who isn't married?
I don't know.
Oh, I know. I know.
I don't know who this is.
I thought it was. I'm gonna be real, because I got one. I thought everybody got one.
Mm.
I thought it was like the whole
The whole staff.
office guy.
This nice young lady.
Yes, great person. Love him.
Yeah.
I've known him for a while, even before I got here.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So maybe that was the reason.
I can't wait to find out who this is. Oh, I'm good. What?
That's exactly where I didn't want it to go. Now I'm Mick Spill the Beans.
What? I don't care.
I care.
You probably were.
Why don't you ever ask how I feel?
Trust
but
me.
you
Trust me. I've said worse.
You probably assumed.
Stop adding to it.
You probably assumed that everybody knew. It's not a big deal. It's not like it was a secret, unless this person said, "Don't tell anybody."
No.
Okay.
A secret wedding.
A secret wedding. Chance. That's funny. All right.
I'm all stuffed right now.
Well, you're sitting next to me. I hope that I don't pass along what I have.
I think you did. I think you got me sick.
You both
Yeah.
can stay the hell away from me.
Yeah. All right. Well, Matt, that was a great conversation. I learned a lot about you.
It
I had
wasn't-
fun.
It wasn't a crossover as much as it was a conversation.
A free-flowing conversation that occasionally touches
A
on mature subjects.
wide-ranging conversation. Some
Very
people would say.
wide-ranging. What were the
I'm
bullet-
sick of people talking about the schedule.
What were the bullet points? Okay, that's a topic. The topic about the topic is an opinion that I very much have.
Well, the words that you just put together were very complicated for no reason.
That you have the topic. You don't.
I
like the topic.
have the topic.
I have an opinion about your topic,
It belongs in a museum.
which is about another topic. I love the schedule talk. It's very important. I'm sick of people crying about it. Stop talking about the schedule. Well,
I don't really
make the
care.
team better. Chance says Happy New Year.
I want to go that far.
I thought it was pretty good.
You know, maybe we take it.
Okay, how about all right?
Or
And for the
middays
end of it
now.
alone, for the,
Yeah.
the
Raise your hand if you think this was a happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I'd like to hear it again. I
Happy
enjoyed it.
New Year! Happy New Year.
All right, when we return, it'll still just be me. It'll still just be Josh.
Or I could stay here.
It'll be if you want to. That's totally fine. They're in the middle of the night, so that game will be over soon. John will probably be here for the Farron interview. Maybe. I have no idea. So that's what we will get to when we return. It is the Grum on a Tuesday on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Matt McMaster is still in the building.
So's Josh Hodson. Hope you're not sick of us.
I'm not sick of you.
I'm currently sick though.
Well, why is that?
I don't know. Guess it's too mean.
On sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome everybody on this Tuesday. Josh Peterson with you and Matt McMaster.
Whoa!
Josh Odson is here too.
Close enough.
That's right. It's
that's
a
a
mega crossover.
That's a pretty good Josh Odston.
Odston.
Nah, I
That
like
person
Odson
probably
better.
runs for political office.
It sounds
which
like-
you know nothing about.
I've
Yeah.
You
achieved
don't
votes
do
for
politics.
mayor.
That sounds like Joel Osteen.
Joel Olstein.
Olstein?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't want to be
I don't do
associated with him.
politics.
No, he's a pastor. Yeah.
Super pastor
Yeah, he is of a mega church.
of a mega house.
You ever
I-
see?
I never see that guy preach. I always see his house. Though.
You ever see Righteous Gemstones?
No, I do need to see Uncut Gems though.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Great movie.
I want lightning points. You don't want nothing of lightning
Yeah,
points.
you would love that movie. It's a cautious tale, though, for maybe you in your life.
No, I'm
You're fine.
fine.
You're not betting on who's going to win the jump ball.
Mike Francesa though.
He
Like,
shows up in that movie.
dude.
Yeah.
That's my dream one day to be like a good enough broadcaster where it's like we got to get this guy into a movie.
All right. Well,
What if
dare
I
to dream.
was in a movie and you did it for Movie Club?
By the way, I proffered a theory earlier that we need more memes about Avatar, and I did get a text from Chance, and I don't think I'll be using this in any football games this fall, but Chance funny and not like a normal Chance text. Everyone's like, "Oh, what was this in relation to? Was it a plane?" No, surprisingly, it was not. Well, welcome in everybody. This is the Grum. Creighton baseball has lost. They did not get run ruled, but they did lose by 7 runs, 13-6 to North Dakota State.
That's not great for the midweek RPI.
Not great for the midweek RPI. John Bishop will probably be on his way very shortly. Takes like 4 minutes to get out of the ballpark. Walking all-
Shortly. Yeah, I see what you did there.
Yeah. But I don't know what I did there, but
Because he's a short guy. You know?
is he? Is he
Nah,
that short?
He's a peppermint patty. He's a tiny
Interesting. So John will be here.
guy. He's
soon.
actually taller than me, but
I don't think John will be here for the Farron interview.
it's like
The peppermint
they're
patty?
small. They're small.
Oh,
Peppermint-
okay.
Yeah, tiny.
I thought you were calling him something else.
No.
That does sound like
Something maybe more often attributed to peppermint patty.
Seems like something they would say in The Sopranos. You know, like they told him that's a
Hey,
peppermint.
He's a real peppermint patty.
Yeah.
He's up to the knuckle.
Yeah, I don't know if we're allowed to say that anymore, Matt. Good job by you.
Oh, did
well-
you hear I got dumped the other day?
Not surprised.
Yeah.
In a variety of ways.
There you go.
Yeah. What did you say? Oh wait, you told us. You said the H word. or
No. We
F word.
Oh,
That's right,
yeah.
S word. Yikes.
We were
That's
doing
like
a skit.
You. I've only been dumped one time. You've been dumped way
Really?
too many times.
No, I've only been dumped once.
No, there was that other time that you said GD or AH.
No,
Because Happer's going like this, and Joey
Oh.
just sits there, and he's like, "What? Did I
AH.
do?"
It was only one other time.
Yeah. All right. Well, so you're up to 2 though.
Twice as many as Josh.
Yeah. Seriously. And I've
Is
been
that
in
what
radio for
As long as I've been alive.
pretty much. Gosh, I can't believe that
Whoa.
I'm that old now. Can't believe I'm that old.
You're going to be the new John, the new face of 1620 The Zone.
Is that true? The new John?
Do you want to be the new John?
I mean, sure. why
Let's
not?
move on.
All right, cool. Let's get to the Grum Down for the show today. Where's John?
He'll be here eventually.
It says it on the graphic. Man, this cough just won't go away.
Did you choke on a peppermint patty?
No, I did not. I am totally fine. It sucks when you are done being sick and you feel good, your energy is back, you wake up and you want to live instead of die. but that you have the cough.
Are you trying to? Wait. Are you trying to complain to me that you're getting over your sickness while I'm starting my sickness?
I'm
Is
just
that
saying.
what you're going with right now?
It sucks. I'm at the very end of
Do you
the
know
road.
why I'm sick?
Some of us
I
are
don't know.
beacons of
'Cause-
health.
Oh, first off,
That's not true, Josh. You,
You
have
get
way too
sick
many
all the
days.
time.
Way too many sick days.
You go, I got a kid. He
Yeah.
got sick.
Yeah.
So am I.
What are you complaining about now?
Well, you're the only person that I knew that was sick,
Yeah.
and now I'm sick.
Well, I don't talk into the same microphone as you, so I don't even know what's going on.
But you're in my presence. You're in my, and you text me so much.
Mike. Okay,
That's-
you can't blame me. I don't get you sick via text.
That
You
was how
tran-
COVID spread so rapidly, was
Yeah, it
because
was
we were all
the-
texting
Exactly.
each other.
Just like
Worldwide.
this, how the chocolate milk comes from brown cows.
6 years ago. Oh, that's crazy.
God,
Mike
that
Farron
was a great
joins us.
time in my life.
People got fired. We'll talk about that. Another firing has hit the Major League Baseball.
That's right.
Oh, I thought Matt would have an opinion on
Why
that.
would
All right.
Sorry, it's Major League Baseball.
Why can't Nebraska do what other teams can? I don't know if this is something John wants to talk about again, but I am still confused by this whole Troy Dannon thing. I reached out to a couple people today being like, what the hell is going on? I know they talked about it on the Husker Online. Matt, I don't know what the hell's going on.
What do you mean? What Troy Dannon? What do you?
What he said on Friday about like, this is illegal. We can't do this. It's illegal. And then the whole boosters thing. I heard from somebody who was like, there's a different reason that the boosters are not wanting to do NIL stuff.
Well, see, okay, that's interesting. Now, I did read on the air a article about Garrett Nussmeier and how they did all of his NIL proceedings and stuff like that. And it is a little bit more complicated the way that they have to go through corporate sponsors and businesses and whatnot. But it
How does Texas Tech do it then?
Well, I was going to say it's probably more easy to do it at some places than it is.
No, and again, it's not the money. It seems like Nebraska is finding it difficult to funnel the money to the players. That's the thing that I'm wondering about.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So we can talk about that. Michael Bruns will join us. Is going 2-1 the next couple of weeks. A recipe for hosting.
Probably.
They lost to Illinois, and yet they moved up.
Went up 3-0.
We'll get to the hot take market.
That is the fun part, though, with Nebraska baseball having a really, really good baseball team and everybody kind of expecting them to win every game. And then when they don't win a game, you're like,
That's
what
how
the hell
baseball
happened?
goes. It's not football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just what I mean. Nebraska, some Nebraska fans have the tendency at times to treat every sport like football.
Some,
Word.
indeed.
It's baseball.
exactly.
Teams lose.
So we're doing the hot take market today. And
Ooh.
I have a Mandela effect.
Barnes and Nobles.
Never have I ever
No.
thought that it was called Barnes and Nobles.
Nope.
Really?
Nope.
Am I the only one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a Mandela effect for you there, Matt.
You always thought it was Noble?
Always.
I was shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you know about the Mandela effect though. I'm proud of you.
Well, I read the Klosterman book.
Okay. Because there is the
Tricks were the shape of the fruit when I was a child.
wait. Is that not true?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm
Aren't
trying
they-
to think of like classic
Okay, so the
Mandela
classic-
effect
there's-
ones.
You those are for kids. You
There's
get that?
3 classic Mandela effects. First of all, there is the titular Mandela. People thought he was dead. He was not dead. There is the Berenstain Bears.
Yes, that's a great one.
And then there is is it Fruit of the Loom that had the thing on the logo? What was that thing on the Fruit of the Loom logo?
It was a
cornucopia?
grape.
You know that was apparently never on there.
No.
I swear to God.
Really? Okay.
You
I have
know
some
about this?
Googling to do. Talk amongst yourselves.
I know the cornucopia you're talking about.
Okay, so Fruit of the Loom apparently never had that.
But they do.
See, thank you. Mandela effect.
I'm very confused.
All right, so
But didn't they have a Fruit of Loom of like they had a commercial where they all dressed up like pieces of the fruit?
yeah, but not the cornucopia apparently. Not
Huh.
the thing. All right,
That's
so
crazy.
I
Mandela.
have a hot take that I could be talked into that I got Mandela affected this weekend when I was watching the Last
Oh, wow.
Dance about
Oh,
the
wow.
Chicago Bulls.
Okay, can I give you my hot take market right now because I won't be here? Just real quick.
Yeah, sure.
The Cleveland Browns will win a Super Bowl in 10 years.
You said that on the show yesterday. It's a very interesting
believe it.
take. All right, put it on the long-term list. Steve Sipple joins us. Wait, the running back room's going to be how good?
He did write that article today.
Now, in fairness to Sipple, somebody else said it to him, and he's just quoting that person. But, I still did
It's a good starter.
yeah. Which NBA series will come to an end tonight? Matt's going to give us his thoughts.
Boston.
And finally, Anthony Calandria, good, bad, or meh. I posed a question to the Twitter sphere.
Yeah,
earlier.
you had way more comments on there than likes. People seem
I'm getting
to be...
ratioed.
Really?
Not really. I mean, that
Are
is,
they mad at you for asking?
no, they're giving me good responses. Honestly, it's been great. I really wanted to know what's the general viewpoint on
Is there
Anthony Calandria.
somewhere in between meh and good?
Doug says his cautious skepticism Skepticism a thing.
I think that's probably the theme of this offseason.
Can I tell you my favorite response that
What
I
is
got?
your favorite response?
All right,
that
my-
he was barely taller than Zach Bryan and people are afraid about that because Zach
Whoa.
Bryan's a small man.
Bob wrote, if he is good, why would he be here?
Well,
Bingo.
no, we can have a discussion.
Okay,
there. He
well-
wasn't good 2 years ago. Breaking. People can get better.
Yeah.
People can
If he
improve.
get better, does competition get easier?
I
have some
think-
numbers.
Hey, have you never experienced the fact of like maybe you have to gain some confidence by playing some lower competition that allows you to get back up into competition? That's what Caden Hauser's doing over in Illinois.
That's what I always say about Caden Hauser as well.
Well, Caden Hauser was really
Theo
bad.
says fans are mad at JP and Bishop for dissing Shadron. Is that true? First of all, did we diss Shadron? I don't recall this happening.
You famously have been beefing with everything west of Lincoln.
We love 97.7 The Zone. All of our friends out in Western Nebraska, thank you for tuning in.
Well, they love
on-
me. I don't know if they love you.
on this Tuesday. 402-951-1620 and give us a call. Shoot us a text on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. We'll be reading those texts and taking those calls throughout the show. You can also find us on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. That is where I asked the question about Anthony Calandra. You can go respond there at USC 1620. I tweeted it from at Josh Tweederson, at John Bishop 71. I don't even know what Jake's Twitter handle is.
Oh,
At
no.
producer_Josh, at Matt McMedia.
I screenshotted John's tweet and tweeted it out. Or I screenshotted Josh's screenshot of John's tweet, which was my screenshot that got tweeted out. Yeah.
Screenshotception.
You should go and screenshot my tweet and really keep it going.
All right, I might do that during the commercial break. You can also email us, Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com, John at 1620thezone.com. When we return, Mike Farron will be here. We'll talk some baseball.
Mike.
No. Good volume, though.
Thank
You're
you.
getting better.
I'm always trying, man. That's the point
Yeah.
of the zone.
Well, we appreciate you.
You're my mentor.
I do my best.
Yeah, you're okay.
Interesting. We've had a great hour together, and that's probably how it's
I
going to come
can't
to a
believe
close.
we've hosted an hour together.
I know it's like the College World Series that we won't be doing together this year.
I'm sad.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have like one show, two shows.
Oh, really? You guys not together that much?
I don't know. You're the one with the schedule.
I know.
All right. Farron joins us when we return. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Bozo Circus is on the air.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs.
Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Hey, everybody. How you doing?
Oh, John's here. Hi, Mike.
Is he? Just in the nick of time.
He literally just arrived. I can't believe it.
How did Creighton do today? They've been on a tear, right?
Very poorly today. The tear got torn by North Dakota State.
Oh man, that doesn't surprise me. Why would anybody want to even compete with North Dakota at anything?
Well, there was a regional team last year.
I was going to say, they might make the College World Series this year, Mike.
North Dakota State is Grand Forks, right? Or is that UND?
Fargo.
They're in Fargo.
Okay.
Yeah.
UND. I interviewed for a job.
I was doing my Dakota school, so Vermilion is SD. Is it SDSU? Is Vermilion?
I don't know. Schaefer went to SDSU to start.
I gotta get my Dakota.
I think University of South Dakota is Vermilion.
Vermilion. Okay, and then SDSU is another one of those towns.
San Diego, I believe.
San Diego. Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Does Sioux Falls have
No.
They don't have a team.
Brookings is South Dakota State.
Brookings. Thank you.
All right. Cool.
All right.
Really feel like you guys should be more on this than like they're.
And if they're going to make it to Omaha, we really better have this stuff locked down.
The good news is we've got a couple weeks to prep.
That's true.
We've got a couple weeks to prep.
Hey, who knows? Creighton might win the Big East at this rate.
Well, big series this week. St. John's, first place on the line.
Rick Pitino coming to town.
Yeah, I think Rick. If you gave me $1,000, I think I would bet it on Rick Pitino not knowing they have a baseball team.
Rick Pitino.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, he's seen the coaching meetings, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, yes.
When they all get together on compliance, they're right there.
Compliance. When's the last time Rick Pitino was in a compliance meeting?
I mean, probably when he took the St. John's job with his background.
It was like Charles Manson being at a church retreat.
I don't think that's a fair comparison. I don't think that's fair. Perhaps you could choose
fair to Manson? Probably not. Probably not.
Mike, a week ago when we had you on, I asked you a question about 3 managers potentially getting fired. One of them since has, and then another guy also got fired. Apparently, it's not too early to tell.
And almost got replaced by the guy who got fired.
I am we don't see this, right? Like the list of guys that get fired in the month of April is really, really small.
Yes.
We've had a couple of guys that got fired 6 games into a season. I think Phil Garner in Detroit one year did, and Cal Ripken Sr. the year that the Orioles started with 21 straight losses. I think they were 0-6 when that happened. But very rarely do you see it happen. For it to happen in a 96-hour period with 2 teams who, A, had managers that the players liked, and that B, it didn't seem like the replacements were going to change very much in terms of the tone or the way things were done. I guess it remains to be seen with the Red Sox, but they're taking an inexperienced manager, at least at the big league level, and putting him in charge of a team that has playoff aspirations. It's been a very bizarre last 4 days. Alex Cora getting fired in Boston, and I think I think it's clear, and based on Dave Dombrowski's comments this afternoon, that it set into motion Rob Thompson getting fired, because they approached Alex Cora about that job on Sunday morning. He decided yesterday that he didn't want to take it. He's getting paid for 2 more years, and it's owed close to $12 million by the Red Sox, and decided he wanted to go home with his 9-year-old boys and spend the summer in Puerto Rico recharging with the family, which then puts you in the awkward situation of, well, we decided we're going to make a move. Maybe we need to make one anyway. And it puts Don Mattingly in that spot who, like one of the things we talked about this morning was that when Joe Girardi was fired a third of the way through the season in 2021, Rob Thompson was viewed as the opposite personality from him. Joe's really intense. Teams can play a little tight at times under him as a result of that. And Rob Thompson is much more chill demeanor. Well, there's no difference in the demeanor between Don Mattingly and Rob Thompson. So I'm surprised by both of these moves because they're happening on April 25th to 28th. And I am skeptical that they will change much about the fortunes of the team. I do think that, in the Phillies case, like if they play better, I don't think it's going to be the manager that's the case. I think in the Red Sox case, it just speaks to a level of, it makes me very concerned that their process is not as airtight as they seem to think it is.
Mm-hmm. It just seems, going back to the Phillies side of it, it seems kind of short-sighted where I can't imagine a scenario where Cora would want to just take a job, just boom, like that. Right. Well, I'm not saying it's impossible, but here you've gone, you've been in a dugout, you've been familiar with an organization, and all of a sudden, like 3 days later, you're in another organization. And I get it. It's baseball. You make adjustments, you go. But that just doesn't seem like that was going to be a very realistic scenario that Cora would just be willing to go and start with another ball club who, I know they're talented, but I don't know. It just seemed weird.
Well, Dave Dombrowski is of an era where that actually happened. Remember, he came up in the White Sox organization and left to go to run the Expos in, 86 and that 86 or 87. And that was the same year. 86 was the year that the White Sox fired Tony La Russa. And about a month later, he was managing the A's, or less than a month later.
Right.
So, I think if Cora had said, hey, give me a couple weeks, let's see what happens. And maybe this plays out a little bit differently. Rob Thompson's still around to see whether or not things change. And then, Cora decides whether he wants to move on. But I don't think it would have been out of the realm of possibility. I think if, like, Dave Dombrowski and Alex Cora have a really good relationship, right? Dave hired Alex in Boston. They won a World Series together. Alex has been working for two heads of baseball operations that didn't choose him. Chaim Bloom hired him technically after the bang the can slowly scandal in Houston had led to his firing, but that was kind of at the behest of ownership. And I don't know that they were always on the same page. Then Craig Breslow inherited him, and it's clear that they weren't on the same page. I'm not sure that. I think the number of people that are on the same page as Craig Breslow in that organization is pretty small. And in fact, I didn't get the sense that ownership was entirely on board with this decision, but you hire somebody to do the job and you let them make their moves. So I don't think that I don't think it would have been out of the realm of possibility for that to happen. And if Alex had wanted to really stick it to the Red Sox and say, yeah, let's go get it, great. But he's got a chance to spend some time with his family. I know his boys have become a really big priority for him. And I'm sure he's going to be in JD Arteaga's ear at Miami the whole summer.
Well, Mike, do you think that this will mean anything for the other two teams we talked about last week? Like where this could make it more likely that somebody else could get fired, or is this like its own thing, or these their own things in a vacuum, I guess? Yeah,
well, I would have said no, most likely, except that one move led to the other, right?
Literally led to the other,
kind of. So, the Mets were one. Who was the other team that we talked about?
It was Astros.
Yeah, the Astros situation, that's like I ran into one of the Astros special assignment guys who's tight with the front office this weekend. And I was like, how you doing? And he goes, well, other than the fact that our center fielder, our shortstop, two of our top three starting pitchers, and our closer are on the injured list, we're doing great. So, I don't think it makes any sense with the Astros because whoever you're bringing in is still dealing with 16 players on the injured list.
Sure.
Well, we talked about the Mets today. Nobody seems to have a stomach to do that because Carlos Mendoza is still really well respected in that clubhouse. He's respected around the game. I think his boss respects him. And I think his boss recognizes that he gave him a roster that is not fully functional right now. They just put Godai Senga on the injured list. Not that the pitching has been the major issue. It's been the offense, which has been crazy and weird. But I don't know that that's on Carlos Mendoza. And I do think there's an element of, and this is part of being a fan, that there's an element of, hey, listen, just blame the guy who's in charge, because you've seen it work a couple of places. It doesn't happen very often that you change a manager and then everything turns. And you're trying to do everything because what's the old adage about it's easier to fire one manager than it is to fire 25 players?
Mhm.
Well, the reality is if we're going to give more credence to what general managers do and presidents of baseball operations do in building a roster that has success, then really they're the ones who should be on the firing line when they put a lousy roster on the field, because it doesn't matter who's managing it. Generally, they won't be able to get over the top. I also think, to take it full circle, Josh, it is still too early to tell. I mean, there's a reason why we don't see baseball managers fired on April 28th. There's 135 games to go. Like, what are we doing? That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the playoffs have never been bigger.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's the point, right? Like, everybody's talking about the Mets with the 12-game losing streak, and no team with a 12-game losing streak has ever made the postseason. Yeah, but we've only had 40% of the league making the postseason for 4 years. 40%. That's a ton. Like, it was a 50% increase from the last playoff system to this one. Back in my day, there were only 2 teams in each league that made the playoffs. That was 1/6 of the National League. 1/7 of the American League. Back in John's day, they didn't even have divisions.
That's not true.
They always had divisions in your day.
Yeah, the divisions
Still
were
lamenting 1961
68.
expansion in the American League. He thought that was too soon for that.
Well, I'm still
teams,
pissed off that there is an American League. I mean, they created another team in Chicago. They stole our nickname, and then they came up with some stupid rule where the pitchers don't even hit. I mean, goodness.
Here's one for you,
The
John.
world would be a lot better if we didn't have the American League.
Hey, can we talk about Major League Baseball being asleep at the wheel on this? I didn't even put it together. Like, this is their job to put it together, not mine.
Okay.
Was it Ellie Rodriguez, who was a former All-Star catcher that passed away this week, and they showed footage of him from 1976 in a Dodgers uniform, and he was wearing a giant patch that said the 100th anniversary of the National League. This is the 150th anniversary of the National League. Yeah. There's been bupkis to celebrate that. This league doesn't exist without the National League.
The Cubs are doing a 150.
Are they?
Yeah, but for the Cubs, not for the National League, because the Cubs are one of the original National
League. How are they going to celebrate it? By finishing 5th? Oh, sorry. Zing! I mean, the Phillies are celebrating by finishing last. That's what they
but what they are going to do, Mike, is they're going to celebrate 150 years of existence by landing 150 pitchers on the IL. So,
who are the originals?
What are they going to charge you for that? Oh, sorry. That's the originals in the National League are the Giants, the Dodgers, the Cubs, the Cardinals,
the
Reds, and the Braves, and then there's 2 others who am I missing.
Was it the Phillies? Did you say the Phillies?
Phillies are one, and the Pirates.
One other. There's
are
one
now? Are they?
Pirates,
that's crazy.
Yeah. Those are the.
I want to say at least a couple of those teams.
Nope, those are the. Well, I mean, the National League went through various changes, but I mean, like from 1900 on or 1890 on, something like that. Those have been the 8 teams that have been.
That is crazy. February 2nd, 1876. That is nuts.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, the American League, the original 8 teams are like. I mean, that was 1901, right? So that's Yankees, Red Sox, Tigers. But I say White Sox are part of it. The St. Louis Browns, which are now the Orioles. Who am I missing in that? A couple of teams. 3 others.
Okay, so the original
Cleveland.
8,
I'm looking at
the original 8.
Yeah,
are the Cubs, the Athletic Club of Philadelphia, which were expelled
Phillies
after that year. No, they were. That was not the
Phillies. They should have been.
They were expelled. The Braves, who started in Boston.
Yep.
The Hartford Dark Blues, who disbanded after 1877. The Mutual Club of New York, who didn't make it past the first year.
Oh, they used to do Wild Kingdom, didn't they?
Yes, New York. Yeah,
I'm Marlon Perkins, and welcome to baseball.
St. Louis, but not the Cardinals.
The Brown Stockings.
Now the Cincinnati Reds, but not the Reds we know of. It was a new franchise.
That's wild.
And the Louisville Grays. So really, the only 2 original National League franchises are the Cubs and the Braves.
And the Braves are the oldest. They're the oldest professional franchise. I believe.
Wow.
I thought the Reds were, because Reds were
No,
professional.
Cincinnati is the oldest city to have professional, but you just said that the Reds aren't the original Reds.
Oh, right. But
Yeah, they were the first one to have a professional, but the team that has been in existence the longest consecutively is the Braves. That I know. And the Cubs, I think, are second.
Wow. That's
Well,
awesome.
we're doing our 150. We're not having birthday with the rest of you slubs
That's a fun
because
history
Mutual of Omaha, I'm sorry, Mutual of New York couldn't make the party. So
And then one of those teams in the early 1880s became the Cleveland Spiders, was a National League team, I believe, right? And they were really bad. Go look up the Cleveland Spiders. I think they lost 124 games.
Cheap owner back then too.
I'm pretty sure they were in a lot of the conversations when we were doing the White Sox.
That's right.
Thrust for a record loss.
Yeah, they were like their owners went under, and they played something like the last 4 months of that season on the road. It was crazy.
Oh my
they
gosh!
lost the lease on the ballpark. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Sorry, honey, we're still not coming home.
That sounds like the original Dallas Texans. There was an NFL team called the Dallas Texans. No, this team just disbanded.
Oh, different.
This is the
Dallas
last
Texans.
NFL team to die.
Wow.
It was the Dallas Texans in the 1950s, and they were so bad they left Dallas, and I think they played their last games in Baltimore or something, and they just died.
Wow.
Did they take a Mayflower moving truck in the middle of the God?
Nice.
This is old man radio today. Holy cow!
They played one in 1952.
Yeah,
they were a traveling team for games 8 through 12 that year.
Yeah,
that is hysterical.
Because they were
storming the NFL.
That is awesome, Mike. I have an actual baseball question for you about this year. So Shohei is gonna.
Oh wow! Imagine that, it's a Shohei.
Hey, this is an interesting question though, right?
They said an actual baseball question.
Well, I did have a Cal Raleigh question. I just play the hits on the show.
Yeah,
Cal Raleigh, Shohei. He's going to pitch, not hit for the second time in his last 3 starts. John and I discussed this, was it yesterday or last week, when the latest news, like, what do you make of what Dave Roberts and company are doing in terms of him not always being a two-way player? Is this setting up what you think is next for his career?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is that he's in his 30s now, right? And so you're trying to keep him as healthy as possible, right, for as long as possible. He has not pitched a full season and DH'd like this in several years. And they also have a pretty good option in Dalton Rushing, who has been terrific for them this season, who can fill in as a DH too. So I think they'll pick their spots, but I think more than anything, especially early in the season, they want to make sure that Shohei is fresh for the year. And if that means that they're going to, 5 or 6 times that they may not DH him, so be it. Like, there's a chance that he doesn't play Wednesday either, I think, because they've got an early start with a day game, is kind of what they were saying. So, I think it's something that absolutely could happen this year. I think it's part of it is the Dodgers aren't playing for what's happening over the course of 162. They're playing to win 3rd straight World Series. And so, if they get to September and they're a race to make the postseason and they need Shohei to do both, they'll have Shohei do both. But he's starting on the 5th day for the first time this season. They have a day game the next day. Like, all of this tracks as to why they would do it. I don't think it's going to happen every start, but I think it'll happen more. Clearly, it's already happening more frequently than it has in his time with the Dodgers, because he really didn't pitch until midway through the year last year as a Dodger.
The Blue Jays will have Trey Savage for the first time. He's making his major league debut tonight, I believe. Correct?
That is correct. It's not his major league debut, but his first major league start of this season. Yeah, he is starting for them tonight. So he will be.
Oh, that's right. He did play.
Yeah, he made a couple of starts last year before the postseason.
That's right. All right, never mind then. I'm sorry. For some reason I thought it was his debut, but that is incorrect. A statistical anomaly after essentially 1 month of the season. There are 3 teams in the American League, the league that never should have existed in the first place,
that were around when they first found it.
No.
Oh.
But there are only 3 teams in the American League who are 2 games or more above 500. The Yankees and the Rays in the American League East, and the 2 games over 500. First place, not Oakland Athletics. It's a weird anomaly given, you would expect that there would be a lot more, but there's just a lot of muck in the middle right now, early on in the American League.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, I think we view the American League as being pretty, like, parity being pretty significant there, right? So I guess it really isn't that big a surprise that everybody would be middling around the same spot. I think there's a lot of pretty middling teams that are in the American League. So is this a precursor for what's to come? Gee, I hope so, because it'll make things exciting, right? It means that a lot of teams won't feel like they're out of it, early in the season. I think there's certainly like the Angels bullpen has kind of forced them down towards the bottom of the league. The White Sox have played better of late, right? They're actually the same record as the Red Sox, and the Red Sox clearly still think they're contenders. Kansas City started playing better. So like nothing is lost here for any of these teams.
No.
Even, Houston and the Angels, I mean, from a record standpoint, I mean, this is there's this old adage that you can't win the pennant in April, but you can lose it. And that's certainly in the American League. It feels like we're going to get through the month and everybody's still going to be in the mix. I also don't think that your teams like the Phillies and Mets are going to be out of it as we go to May. And I think that they'll still have a run in them in large part because of what you said earlier about there being so many playoff teams in each league. It just makes the path easier. They're 6.5 games out of a wild card spot, both those teams. It's plenty of time to make that up. They just need to play better. I mean, the bigger issue to me for the Phillies is that they've been outscored by more than 50 runs to this point, and they've earned every step of their 9-19 record. Like that has to change, and it's got to start changing pretty quick. But their schedule gets a lot softer here. They have a team that has as much trouble or maybe more scoring runs than they do coming in San Francisco. So we'll see what happens.
Little TV note. Of course, NBC is back in baseball for the first time in many years.
Benetti, baby.
Jason Benetti is the lead play-by-play, but they have not given him a permanent color analyst.
Right.
They just, they usually get one player or one analyst or someone in the media from each of the two teams playing, and they just concoct this 3-man booth. I know Benetti's talented. We're all Benetti fans here, and he could if there was a guy who could carry a broadcast by himself, he might be the one. But is NBC not doing him any favors by just saying, hey, let's get him a partner and let's let them build some chemistry through the year?
Yeah, I agree. I think that that's the case. I think, this is kind of born of what they did with Peacock when they had the Sunday morning games, right? Is that they had Benetti doing the games and they brought in, basically the analysts from the two TV, the two local teams that were off for TV and put them in the booth with him. And, Jason is really good at sharing the stage. I mean, as much as like he's the ultimate scoring point guard, right? Like he can take the ball to the rack and do whatever he needs to entertain an audience, but he's also really good at distributing and making, like, getting his analysts involved. It's a trick when you're, doing a game and Corey Kluber has no experience doing it, right? Like that's the one that really stands out is whether that Cleveland Atlanta game where he didn't have regular analysts with him. It was him and Andrew Jones. That's a mistake. Like that's tough. But yeah, I think that they absolutely should. I think that there's something to be said for building. I get why they're doing it, right? You have expertise on both of the teams. There's familiarity with the local viewers. Like I totally understand where they're coming from, but one of the issues I think that baseball has had in building a national product is that they haven't always treated the national product like it's special with people who put in the work.
Correct.
To make it special, and especially on the analyst front. And I think it's less of a case with like Jason or with Joe Davis or Adam Amin or Wayne Randazzo on the Apple broadcasts. Like, I think it's a major problem. And like, all you have to do is hire the right person to help make that work. And there are analysts that are out there that you should consider who are very good, who put in the work. I work with 15 of them. Like one of them, Ryan Spielberg, does the Apple games, but like they are current on what's going on with each team so that you can drop them in and on a Sunday. And it feels like they are giving you a perspective that is important to the local fan base while also educating a national audience. So I just think that for the most part, and I think teams aren't immune to this either, I think teams and networks have done a pretty lousy job of selecting who they want. They've focused on name recognition versus people who are willing to work and engage the audience. And if they would just put people together who have good chemistry, I think they would be much happier with the results than trying to shoehorn stuff together that doesn't necessarily fit. So that's my take on it. I know you asked for my full opinion on what's going on.
I agree 100%.
I think it's a joke.
I agree 100%. I mean, as much as sometimes I think networks overestimate, and this is more of a football thing than anything else. It's like when Fox, shoehorned Tom Brady in there with zero experience. It's like you're not doing him any favors. Now, Brady's gotten better, but he had to take his lumps the first year, and a lot of people were like, what's going on? I think sometimes, though, you want that balance of name recognition, but a guy who is up to speed on what's happening, has his finger on the pulse of the sport, and can kind of command a room. And I'm not saying baseball needs a John Madden, but it helps when you have, basketball had Dick Vitale, football had John Madden, where you've got a guy who, people trust and want to hear, and you've got some authority. And we haven't had that in baseball for a while. McCarver might be the closest we've had.
Yeah.
But even by the end, even he, was getting kind of tired at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's right. I mean, I don't think John Smoltz does a particularly good job on the national broadcast. I think he's interested in what John Smoltz wants to talk about and not what's going on with the teams. And I think that's been going on for 15 years. I think that there are plenty more talented people who are not maybe the biggest names that would get you a better product in the end. And nobody is tuning in just to hear the big names. It's the same on set when you're doing Kenny Smith is not the biggest name in NBA history, but inside the NBA doesn't work without Kenny Smith. You know what I mean? It's like Charles is the star, clearly, right? Ernie Johnson's incredible at sharing the stage. Shaq is Shaq, who's Shaq's the guy that you want to go and get Raising Cane's with, right? That's just Shaq. He's pretty normal for a 7'4" guy.
All of the worlds.
Yes. So listen, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's easy for networks to make these decisions, but I do think that they make things more difficult on themselves. And I think sometimes teams do it too. I really do think sometimes teams do it too. It's just take the extra 3 days to listen to the right people. And when I mean listen to, listen to their tapes and hire the right people.
Amen. All right, Mike, we'll see you next week. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
That sounds good. I'll
Bye,
be at
Mike.
home. It's nice to be at home.
I bet.
Been at home in a while.
Yeah. Well,
My
do your
dogs
laundry.
recognize me.
Do your laundry for crying
Yeah,
out
I got to
loud.
leave on Friday. So, all right.
There he goes, Mike Farron. Sirius XM, MLB Radio, and ESPN. We'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone. Michael Bruns will be joining us in just a couple of moments here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, zonetv.live, et cetera, et cetera. It's playoff season. 1620 The Zone's got something that might pique your interest. The Peak Playoffs giveaway. You could score a $250 Twin Peaks gift card. They're back, folks! Twin Peaks, their new location in Village Point. You can watch the NBA and NHL playoffs, the finals, even the World Cup in style while enjoying great food and drink and atmosphere. And we're going to be there in a couple of weeks.
I am looking forward to it.
But get entered and win the Peak Playoffs giveaway at 1620thezone.com. I was able to catch just a little bit as I was driving in, but I know you kind of set up the show. But I also wanted to revisit the tweet now that apparently has blown up and made people very angry today.
What did you do?
Well, the tweet yesterday, we got into the subject
about
of the
top 50 draft picks.
Top 50 draft picks.
Oh my
so there's some
gosh.
reaction to that that we can get to.
All right.
But you had some other things I know, and I just got to get myself mentally prepared. I've been baseballing for the last 4 hours.
I was having a conversation with some Husker fans about Anthony Calandria, and it made me once again do the thing where I start thinking about the level of competition that he played and the level of competition. No. I'm hoping to provide some facts. So here's so I did two things.
Be careful, because top 50 draft picks that were also factual.
I know. So I did two things. One, I asked Husker fans on Twitter what best describes their view on Anthony Calandria. I have almost 100 responses. So that was cool. So I got a lot of that.
Cool.
I also went and I looked at the defenses he played last year, according to SP Plus, and the projected defenses this year to see how much harder will they be. And so I have some numbers that we can get to later on today as well.
All right, we'll do that.
Yeah.
We mentioned Bruns is coming up. Sipple's coming up.
Yeah.
So a lot to get to. Also, the super hot take market.
I don't know if you heard me teasing that, but I have a Mandela effect related super hot take market. I don't even know if you know what the Mandela effect is. Matt surprisingly did.
I don't.
Okay, so I'll have to explain the Do you know what the Mandela effect is?
Of course I know what the Mandela effect is.
Of course you do.
Is.
Shout out.
Great.
Shout out to Jake. So we'll explain the Mandela effect to John, and then I will tell you my new Mandela effect.
Okay.
Because I stumbled upon something this weekend that very much upset
Can Michael Bruns be a Mandela effect?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, yes, but
Can he be affected by the Mandela effect?
Probably, I'm sure.
Would it be called the Bruns effect?
Why don't we ask him when we talk to him? Does he know what the Mandela effect is?
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Michael Brunts of Husker 247 joining us as he does every Tuesday here on the Grum. Brunts, good afternoon.
How's it going?
Congrats to the A's. First place.
Oh, hey, thanks.
They're only one of 3 teams in the American League that are 2 games or more over 500.
That's wild.
And I think when they start 1-5.
Yep.
Whoa.
6, something like that.
They're on a tear right now.
Yeah, they kind of stumbled out of the gates a little bit there, but they're putting it together.
Well, I hope you lose tonight against the Royals.
Let's throw together a weird scenario.
Okay.
Let's just say that the A's win the World Series. Where do they have the championship celebration?
In Sacramento.
Yeah, Sacramento.
Sure. Are
That's
we sure?
where their home games are in Sacktown.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they're not really of Sacramento.
But they're
just kind
in
of
Sacramento.
They're kind of squatting in Sacramento.
I mean,
They've got Sacramento jerseys now. They're practically they're there forever.
Wait, what? They have Sacramento themed jerseys now?
People are they're selling yellow, like the yellow Sacramento jerseys. You see people wearing them sometimes in the stands.
That's wild. I saw it the other day, Brunson. We were watching the Royals game, and they were like, "Hey, the next time that we'll be on the broadcast, we'll be live in Sacramento." And they did the little drone shot of the stadium. I mean, do we even call it a stadium? A ballpark?
Well, it's a little ballpark. It's a ballpark.
Man, it's just a cute as a little button there. That ballpark you play at.
Yeah, it is. It's they got the berms out there. It's very casual. I mean, they charge you an arm and a leg to sit close, but I'm sure it's fine. I've never been. I was born in Sacramento, but never been to the park there.
Shout out. Bruns, the other important question before we got to Nebraska, we wanted to know if you know what the Mandela effect is.
The Mandela effect?
Yeah. Have you ever heard about it?
No. Tell me, what is it?
Wow, that's crazy because John doesn't know about it either. So the Mandela effect, I'll just read off of Google, is a phenomenon in which large groups of people share the same false memory. And so, like the example...
In other words, they believe fake news.
No, it's not fake news. So the reason it's named the Mandela effect is because a lot of people at one point thought that Nelson Mandela had died. And everybody collectively was like, yeah, Nelson Mandela, he's passed away.
No offense to Nelson Mandela, but why didn't they call this the McCartney effect? Because people thought Paul McCartney was dead too.
But that was a conspiracy theory. This was collectively people thought. So like the one that I always use is the spelling of Berenstain Bears. It's apparently spelled S-T-A-I-N, even though I and Stibbs remembered it as S-T-E-I-N. There are other Mandela effects. Anyway, I have a hot take coming later that John probably will hate now because he doesn't like the Mandela effect. But anyway.
It has nothing to do with liking the Mandela effect.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's pretty wild.
You know, you brought up the Berenstain Bears. Do you know that there's a third kid now?
What?
Yeah, there's brother, sister, and then there's a third little one.
Oh, is this like what the Brady Bunch did with Cousin Oliver, try to goose the show, bring in a new kid, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, this show has dumped the shark.
Yeah,
no, there's another girl.
That's why I'm out on the Berenstain Bears. I'm out.
Yeah. Oh, so they add a girl and you're out on the Berenstain Bears.
Well, also I'm 37 now, so and I don't have a child.
That always used to be the sign that a TV show or a sitcom was going downhill, is when they had to introduce a new kid character.
Yeah,
definitely.
A lot going on at the treehouse down the Sunny Dirt Road deep in Bear Country there, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Bingo. Well, tonight, going on a down the country road. Well,
West Virginia.
There's really not a country road near. Well, I guess there is.
There's some
dirt roads around Haymarket Park. Around the lake.
There's country.
It's Nebraska and Kansas State,
rubber match,
which is now it's turned into an important game for Nebraska in that you don't want to damage your RPI. For Kansas State, I don't know if it's too late to put yourself back in the at-large conversation, but it's an important game for Nebraska's resume, at least not to hurt it.
Yeah, no, it is. And it wasn't looking that way a couple weeks ago. And for Kansas State, actually, I mean, they're kind of in their last stand here. They're in the lower 50s RPI wise. You've got Nebraska tonight. I think they go to West Virginia for 3. West Virginia, who's ranked. So I'm sure they're going to want this one pretty badly. They're throwing their former Friday night guy tonight. I'm guessing it's going to be a Johnny Holstaff situation for them, because I think he threw 60 or 70 pitches on Friday night. But yeah, basically the rest of the way for Nebraska, that's kind of how it is. You're going to have to just, Al Davis didn't just win, and that's kind of the recipe into the clubhouse is just keep stacking wins. And even they come out of the weekend at Illinois, you get 2 or 3 on the road, and basically end up about where you were when you started the weekend, which I think is okay. You just got to win series, and it feels like now Nebraska is also starting to get a little bit of RPI help from some of the teams they've played this year as well. So yeah, I mean, it's when you're kind of trying to play your way into the NCAA tournament conversation or a hosting conversation for Nebraska, you just have to just keep winning, and there's kind of a different pressure a different kind of pressure that kind of comes with that.
Bruns, you led right into what I wanted to ask you about, and also you said the word recipe, which was what I'd written down. Are more 2-1 weekends the recipe for hosting? Because as you pointed out, they went 2-1, and they moved up a spot in the RPI over the weekend.
Yeah, well, and part of that, I mean, you had some other teams on Nebraska's schedule starting to play good baseball. I mean, you got Creighton that's playing pretty well right now. USC swept Purdue at home, and they're a top 15 RPI team right now. Kansas, got both of the games against Nebraska. They're just kind of beating everybody right now, and they're in front of Nebraska RPI wise, even down the schedule a little bit. Stanford swept a series at Florida State, and that was kind of one of the worst losses on Nebraska's resume, and they're a top 100 RPI team now. So, Nebraska came back and won that series on the road after dropping Friday, which was, I think kind of a challenging thing to do regardless of who your opponent is, and then getting some help too. So, you just got to win series. That one against Iowa at home, you'd love to sweep if you can. And like I said, I mean, at this point, you're just trying to stack wins and play good baseball. And, it's got to start tonight against the K-State team that can definitely swing it and has a lot of motivation to come up to Lincoln and win this one.
As I look at this team, Bruns, the weekend rotation, which has gone through a few changes. Now, granted, Yasa and Katsky have been mainstays. Horn was until he wasn't. And then Blackowitz, of course, entered in his stead and pitched well last Sunday. But when I look at this weekend rotation, you have good pitchers there. But it doesn't feel to me like you have that lockdown nails, dare I say, Shane Komine like Friday night guy where you just go out and expect, all right, he's going to give up maybe 2 runs at the most. Is there a concern as we head closer now to, postseason play and what you hope to be a host regional, that Nebraska doesn't at the moment feel like they have that guy? Again, good pitchers, but it doesn't feel like they have that guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Friday night thing has been a problem all year for him. Ty Horn was having a lot of trouble just getting into the 5th inning for most of the season. And that was one of the reasons why they shuffled things initially and moved Katsky to Friday, because the thinking was, regardless of however Katsky was going to pitch it, he was going to be a guy that could kind of bulldog through, get you 6 innings, and kind of keep everything on pace in your bullpen for the rest of the weekend. And, he's not typically a guy that, has walked a lot of batters. You look at his numbers for most of this season, and it's been really pretty solid. But he's really struggled with control the last couple times on Friday night. I don't know if, the first week maybe he was on short rest, having pitched on Sunday. but just wasn't as sharp as he's been. And I don't know if that's a mental thing or what, but he's kind of having the same issue that Ty Horn was having on Friday nights. And now you're starting to see Ty Horn really kind of put it together as a reliable bullpen arm. So, you got to get that figured out, though, because, if you're having to go to your bullpen in the, fourth inning, that's just such a different kind of setup for the weekend versus if somebody gets you 6 or 7. So it's a concern. I don't think that they want to move Yas off of Saturdays. I think they really like him in that role, and kind of pairing the way they kind of want to pair their bullpen. So it's kind of Katsky, I think, that they'll roll with in that spot and give him another chance. And, the thing that's been a nice bonus is you're starting to get really good performances from Blackowitz more consistently on Sunday. I mean, he was great against Illinois when they needed him to be to win that game and win the series.
And how perfect is it, Bruns, that as the season comes to a close, it'll be May on Friday, that this Tuesday game, it's going to remind us of weather in early March. I think it's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it should be Northern Colorado coming to town tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe about 10 degrees colder.
Well, hopefully you don't have issues getting it in. I just saw the radar a moment ago. It looks like it's about ready to rain in Lincoln.
Uh-oh.
It's been going for last 90 minutes or so. So we've got a fair amount of rain down here.
Great. Well, I mean, good for me. I just planted some grass, but not great for baseball.
The lawns looking epic right now.
Oh, they are.
I don't know what it means for baseball.
It's so very green out there. So very green. So I guess, we could sure use the moisture, Josh,
so I
but
heard
not
about
for
that.
baseball.
I heard about that. I heard we need rain. And yet my grass is growing like a weed out there right now. Interesting.
Well, Bruns, enjoy the game if there's a game tonight.
And read up on the Mandela effect.
Yeah, I will. That's interesting.
Well, hopefully you don't have to read up about it tonight while you're sitting through a rain delay.
But if you want.
No, don't put that. No, we're not going to start that.
Okay.
No, we're not putting that up.
Okay. Fair enough.
All right.
Thanks, Bruns.
Bye, Bruns.
Yep. See you guys.
Michael Bruns, Husker 247.
All right. So he explained it. So Mandela effect, if you go to the Wikipedia page for false memory, there is a large section in here about the Mandela effect. So it's called that, and I'll read this. This phenomenon was dubbed the Mandela effect by paranormal researcher Fiona Broom, who reported having vivid and detailed memories of news coverage of South African anti-apartheid leader and President Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s. He actually died in 2013, decades after his release. And after
it was a whole big deal that when they released him.
Yeah,
it was like a big news story.
Broom reported that hundreds of other people had written about having the same memory of Mandela's death, some while he was still alive, and she speculated that the phenomenon could be evidence of parallel reality. So this came up on the show years ago because of Stibbs and I. We thought Berenstain Bears was spelled Berenstein. We couldn't believe it. The other example that people most use is the Fruit of the Loom logo having a cornucopia in it. We talked about that a little bit. Do you remember this? See, doesn't that look like the Fruit of the Loom logo to you?
Well, sure it does.
But it apparently never looked like that, that's called the Mandela effect. When you remember it like that, that's how I remember.
Well, that's because the Fruit of the Loom logo had fruit in it.
But not the cornucopia. I remember it having the cornucopia.
But you see, when you put a picture with a bunch of assorted fruits in it, it's easy to just assume, it's part of a cornucopia, and thus when you see a logo that's got the cornucopia included, you just, that looks natural, of course.
So you don't have to get mad about it.
No,
John.
I'm not mad about it. I'm just
seem
explaining.
a little triggered.
No, I just think that this psychosis or whatever
Mandela
her name
effect.
is. No. The lady who came up with the term, I think.
Mandela effect.
I think they're.
Fiona Broom.
What was her profession again?
Paranormal researcher.
Oh, paranormal researcher.
I thought you believed in God. That's the supernatural.
That's not what paranormal research is about.
Very interesting.
Paranormal research is not religious.
So anyway, I have a Mandela effect item for a super hot take market. A sports related one.
Ooh,
that I stumbled upon while watching episode 9 of The Last Dance.
Is this one where you and about 250 other deranged Cowboy fans think that Dallas was actually good the last 30 years?
No, first of all, they have made the playoffs. They've been good. They just haven't been great. No, this is about the Bulls. This is about the Chicago Bulls. A team in a playoff.
Another team that used to be good in the 90s.
The 90s. It was a different time. It was a very different time. Some would say we should bring the 90s back.
Nah, I don't think so.
The 90s were a better time.
I'm good without it.
By the way, speaking of the 90s, I saw our dear friend Sam, and I know we got to go to break. But
Sam whom?
This is Sam. I always call him Creighton Sam or Packer Sam. You know Sam.
Sam.
He tweets at us a lot. Sam had a Google map of Omaha and the Creighton campus. So North Downtown in 1993, so the 90s, compared to today. And
it's amazing.
First of all, it was in black and white in 1993. It was a different time in life. Everything was in black and white.
Yeah, we didn't
crazy.
have any color in 1993.
But wow, how different that area looked. How much better it looks. And I mean, just everything around the river, like it just, what was that? Just stockyards and dirt, apparently. Is it just was dirt down there? Pretty nuts.
I honestly don't remember, but
shout out.
Don't give them any more encouragement, because then they'll build another stupid streetcar and it will be under construction.
No,
for
I'm not
another
celebrating
decade.
streetcars. I'm just celebrating how cool how there's stuff down there. You
Well,
got the
there's
Kiwa
stuff
campus.
down
There's
there.
buildings. There's a bridge.
Absolutely.
There's a baseball stadium that we'll be at. In a
And
month
they
a
said
half.
it was, a mistake to build that stadium.
Mistake on the lake. No, that's in Cleveland, folks. It's not in Omaha.
Well, coming up
I guess that's
next,
a river.
the tweet that launched a million takes.
Wow, you pissed off everybody.
No,
Why
it-
did you do
it
top
really-
51?
it really-
Starting
no,
at 2011.
It didn't really piss off that many people, but I think it was the reaction that pissed off a lot of people. And now they're mad at me.
I love it. I love when people get mad at you for facts.
I do too, because I can just point out how stupid they are.
Yeah, that's what I did.
On the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Real quick, I got multiple responses about the whole Mandela effect situation.
Oh, great.
Josh from Omaha, who is not me, texts in 402-951-6220. There's a conspiracy theory that the Mandela effect is just the government seeing what they can get away with changing people's memory or trying to convince people that their memories are false. Not saying I believe them, but those are some conspiracies. Good job by you, Josh. Also, John says, I 1,000% believe Fruit of the Loom logo had the cornucopia, and I won't get off of it. The other thing that people overlook is, why a cornucopia? How come some people did not think of a table or a candlestick or a large piece of cotton? It's always a cornucopia. Why is that? Great question, John.
The name of the underwear is Fruit of the Loom. They used to literally have commercials with all of these different people dressed up as the fruit. Like there was an apple and a banana.
Was
and
there a cornucopia?
And I don't know. I don't remember.
Interesting. Again, stay tuned to the Hot Take Market for your latest sports Mandela effect.
This is way too much damn Mandela effect. That's what I'm.
I
Now I am
topic.
getting annoyed by a Mandela effect.
Why?
Because it's being brought up too much.
Somebody was theorizing that you're triggered because Creighton, it was BTA against the Jays today.
No, not really. It was just they just didn't play good.
Yeah, that's what happens.
It happens.
It's baseball.
It's baseball.
All right.
Enter online 1620thezone.com for your chance to win the Green for the Green 5K sweepstakes powered by Benjamin Franklin Plumbing. You can improve your golf game, get better equipment, or use the money for any other golf-related purposes. Contest runs through May 19th, 1620thezone.com.
Lovely.
So yesterday during the crossover, we were talking about the draft and the fact that Emmett Johnson was the only Husker taken. By the way, if any of these facts offend you, I don't care.
That's Thursday.
And Matt mentioned something about, well, Nebraska hasn't had a top 50 pick since
Prince Amukamara
in 2011.
Yeah.
And as usually happens on the crossover, someone brings up something.
I wonder.
And then someone else asks a question based off of something, and sometimes it turns into a research project.
How many teams would fit into that same parameter is basically what it turned into.
And so I spent the show yesterday looking up Power 4 teams and top 50 picks since 2012, which would have been the first year that Nebraska did not have a top 50 pick. Now, why was it top 50? I don't know. Ask Matt.
Also, yes, that's a great point.
Also,
it's a nice round number.
It is. Why do we call it? Why do we always talk about top 10s? Why do we always when someone,
John, why didn't you do top 51 picks?
When a league has a celebration?
It's a celebration.
It's the 50th anniversary of the NBA, top 50 NBA players. Oh, okay. It's because we like the round numbers. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. It's just a nice round number.
Yeah.
50 picks. It's basically a round and a half. First round and a half of the NFL draft. Also, it's interesting because we didn't really get into this part yesterday, but yesterday we saw, not yesterday, but over the weekend, we saw the most Power 4 heavy NFL draft in history. 239 of 257 selections were Power 4 players that came from Power 4 schools.
That is a percentage, John, of 92.9. I mean, it's basically 93%.
I mean, that
is nuts.
It's always been Power 4 heavy, but this was by far the Power 4 heaviest.
So if there was ever a time.
Well, if there was ever a time you were going to get a top 50 pick, it would be now. But we also know, because I did the further research, that the draft has been dominated by a select few teams,
Bama,
especially SEC and Big Ten teams.
Ohio State, LSU.
And so it was kind of interesting to say, well, okay, it's been since 2011. It's interesting to say, okay, top 50 picks, given the propensity for Power 4 players to get taken over everyone else. How does it compare?
Well, I'd also say this.
And Nebraska was only one of 3 schools.
Yeah.
current Power 4 schools. I counted Houston. I counted BYU. I
UCF.
counted Cincinnati, UCF, schools that in 2012 were not Power 4 schools, but I counted them anyway because I just wanted to say existing Power 4 just to make it easy.
Yeah.
And only 3 schools, Nebraska, Kansas, and Virginia, didn't have a top 50 NFL pick. Again, just an interesting anecdote, interesting little sidebar.
Kenneth says, Ugh, John, why did you cut it off at 50 instead of the top 175? Is it because you hate Matt Rule? It might be the reason. It might be the reason.
Matt Rule's only responsible for 3 of the last
technically,
14 years, 15 years.
I would also say this.
15 drafts.
You know that they are not very good.
That we already knew this.
So, why then, when people get another, all this is just another interesting piece of evidence of now, I guess some people are like, I don't want to hear about it. I know they suck. Well, then just keep on scrolling. You don't have to respond.
Yeah, you don't have to. Just because you see something on the internet or see something on television doesn't mean you have to respond to it. You choose your response. If you don't like what you see on the news, turn the damn channel.
If you don't want to hear about the Mandela effect, then don't listen to the hot take market. Otherwise, keep on going.
Yeah, see, I'm a captive audience. I have to listen to this Mandela effect. You don't.
Yeah. Yeah, Fight says, from the discourse I've seen, the objections fall into these 3 categories. 1, I don't like the date range. 2, I don't like the pick range. 3, I don't like who said it. Changing any or all doesn't impact the overall point that Nebraska is now producing a lot of high-level NFL talent. Look, we can talk about those real fast. The date range. The reason John started with 2012 is because that's the first year the streak began, you absolute idiots. That. Why didn't you do 2011? Because then it wouldn't. The purpose would have been defeated.
Right. The idea was that 2011 was the last year Nebraska had a top 50 pick.
Since 1996, Cowboys haven't been in the NFC Championship game. But let's move it back 1 year. They've been to 1 since 1995, though. Oh, does that make everything better? No, you morons.
Right.
That's what we do. 2, I don't like the pick range. You already explained that one. 3, I don't like who said it. I don't like John either. Technically, Matt started this.
Well, Matt has I was the one that took it to the next level because I was curious. Well, we were all curious, but I did the research.
Yeah.
Because again, what kind of company do you keep?
That's
my initial thought. When the question was first pondered was, I bet there's at least 8 or 10 teams, Power 4 teams that haven't had a top 50 pick. Because again, and I did all the research last night. Alabama's had 63 since 2012. Ohio State's had 40. Georgia's had 33. Clemson's had 29. LSU 28. Notre Dame 23. Here was the one that surprised me. Washington has had 23 top 50 picks.
Well,
you wouldn't think of Washington being that kind of a football factory. They've been good, and I know they played for one natty. But they haven't been great.
Well, but I mean, in this time frame, half of those years they had Chris Peterson, and that guy was putting pros in from Boise. So it makes sense from that perspective.
It does, but it was.
But yeah,
if
you would have given me, hey, name the top 10. I probably would not have guessed Washington.
I would not have guessed Washington.
Yeah.
But I think the sense negative response has really been goosed by the jokes that have been created off of it.
I mean, you got to get past it.
Because
I'm a Cowboys fan. I can say that more than anybody.
You
got to get past the jokes.
A lot of Husker Schadenfreude started showing up in the mentions. And by the way, the reason, this went crazy. I think Adam Rittenberg retweeted it, and there might have been a couple other college football accounts. So it made the rounds. It made the rounds yesterday. And a lot of, especially Iowa fans, jumped in and had fun at Nebraska's
expense. Iowa, and then they can't make fun of you anymore.
And thus the butt hurt began.
Classic John, loving the butt hurt. Sad.
Here were some of the more interesting responses, some of them humorous, some of them factual.
Okay.
One that didn't make any damn sense at all was from the Reddit college football account.
You got quoted by Reddit college football? Wow.
Maybe it's time to end the Nebraska Big Ten experiment. The Big 12 would probably be able to find a place for them.
Kick them out because they don't get draft picks anymore. An excellent idea.
Sure, why not?
Mm-hmm.
Tremtastic.
Don't know what that means.
Well, that's his name on Twitter.
I see.
Strangely, a lot of these people don't use their real names for some reason.
I use mine.
And the head coach is bragging up a 5th-round pick that he hardly played the previous season and had to have Dana beg him to stay. Then it makes it all about himself on a private jet when it should have been about EJ. Now he's bitching about not having enough money. Terrible game management staff.
I like that guy.
I mean, apparently Tremtastic just
Good take. Did you see that?
Is that your middle name, Tremtastic?
No, I put my name on my critiques.
Oh, okay.
Did you see that video? No, I didn't watch it, of course.
It was a 13-minute long video. Now,
Pepper and Schaefer were making fun of it yesterday. They were just talking on a private jet.
Well, they shot it before in anticipation of him getting picked.
Yeah.
Because they were flying, they, pronouns, pal. It was Rule
EJ
and Barthel flying down to EJ's draft party.
Yeah.
And so they shot this video, waxing poetic about Emmett and all the great things that he did.
Pepper was like, I was expecting them eventually to get to like Emmett Johnson stuff instead of just them talking.
See, now I didn't see it, so I can't comment.
I fast forward, I scrubbed it, and I was like, nah, I'm good.
Listen.
It's a video, John, that makes it look like it's about him.
Him
not being EJ.
I have no problem if you want to talk up your NFL draft picks.
Sure.
And if you want to highlight them, and if you want to do the cool graphic and, be very happy. But it can also be a reminder that was your only guy. And
also, what's the guy? Who's this person again?
Tremtastic. What do you mean? Who's this guy?
No, I'm talking about
Tremtastic.
What's my burner name again? No,
Tremtastic.
He was on the bench for a while, and then Dana Holgerson showed up, and suddenly everything changed. So, good take by Tremtastic, whoever that person may be.
Yeah, strangely enough, I mean,
he deserves credit.
The damn goofy ass. Oh, we got a running back who's doing well. Get him out of the game quick. We got to put in another running back. Because Barthel's got, he's got the hives. He's scratching. I got to change out a running back.
It's pretty
that mysteriously ended last year. Gee, I wonder why.
Fascinating.
Just joshing you, Cam.
Not me either.
Man, all these Josh Burner accounts. He quote tweeted and said Nebraska had 1 draft pick this year, same as Southeast Louisiana, Buffalo, Georgia State, East Carolina, Miami of Ohio. Yet the coach has the audacity to stand on the podium, get on podcasts, and beg to be at the forefront of the new college football spending model. Money isn't the issue here. I mean, money is the issue because it's now open and out there and everywhere. But to Josh, not you, Josh, Josh's point. No, when it comes to not being able to put out players in the NFL, it is not a money issue. It is a development issue. Which goes to Whiskey Hawk.
Shout out.
Who I'm guessing is an Iowa fan.
Oh, no.
No one in America develops less than Nebraska. It would be insane to assume playing football there would be it would be insane to assume playing football there would be wow, that's a terrible sentence.
You're bad at developing sentence structure.
Whiskey Hawk bad at but going back to the point of development.
Yeah.
Nebraska is underachieving. No doubt about it. They have underachieved at the development side, and that's how Nebraska is going to break this streak and other streaks like it and get multiple players in the draft. It ain't going to be because they went out and recruit a bunch of 5-stars. Because first of all, even if they did, they're probably not sticking around because the money's too great. They can move around and go to other places. Places like Nebraska, hell, even places like Ohio State and places like Alabama. Not every one of those players that they've had taken in the NFL draft were players that were just like so uber talented they had no choice but to go to the NFL. No, they got good coaching, they got better, and they got attention by the pro scouts. That's how it's done. That's how Iowa's been doing it. That's how Indiana, Illinois, all of these schools that are ahead of Nebraska on this list of top 50 draft picks, that's how it's done. They have to be developed. And Nebraska, as we've talked about ad nauseum for the last 15 years, sucks at development. They have sucked. Yeah, there's been some good cases.
Emmett Johnson.
Cam Jurgens, Emmett Johnson, going back to Spencer Long.
Yeah, he's the other guy. Of course, before 2011.
Of course, there have been a few, but there have.
When you can name like 5 guys in 15 years, you're proving the point.
Right.
No, they've done it. Name 3 players. See? Okay, how many players play on a football field at once, though? Come on. And this is the team you believe can go 9-3. Unreal.
This was kind of a humorous one.
Okay.
Because, Nebraska.
Is it another whiskey hawk with
No.
This
is somebody else. Travis.
That's a boring
Travis
name.
invoking some Civil War era humor.
Ooh, that's what I'm going for online these days.
Because 2 of the 3 teams were Kansas and Nebraska. Travis writes, Kansas, Nebraska, act.
Wow. That
is some deep cut Civil War era humor, and I'm here for it.
I haven't thought about the Nebraska, Kansas, or was it the
Nebraska?
I haven't thought about that act since 2009 when I was taking a history class that talked about it.
There you go.
It's been 17 years.
And then Timmy said,
no, say it.
Timmy.
Come on.
Timmy T.
No, Timmy.
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 Timmy T. 1972, right? Since 2012, Nebraska has averaged finishing 22nd to 28th in the recruiting rankings.
Oh, here we go.
Compared to 40th to 54th for Virginia and 60th to 80th for Kansas.
Yeah, that's the biggest.
NU consistently takes kids who are overrated and doesn't develop them consistently, year over year and coach after coach. Poor talent identification and development. And this is what I've been saying. This is the underachieving right here.
Should have skipped to that tweet a couple minutes ago.
Probably should have.
That's the biggest.
That's the money quote.
That's the biggest problem. That's the biggest problem is that they have recruited at a pretty good level. They've recruited at a top 25 level time after time after time. Sometimes a little higher, sometimes a little lower, but we talked about it yesterday. If you could just do the average recruiting rankings, and heck, maybe I'll just do that during the next commercial break, average recruiting rankings and what that would look like from 2012 onward. And you're going to see a lot of stuff. It's going to just, I bet it would almost average 25. I really think that it might. And yet they do not perform at a top 25 level, and they certainly do not put draft picks into the NFL to top 25.
I would say I would go like 21. I bet it averages since 2012.
A little higher.
I bet their recruiting rankings average around 21.
Okay. I will do this during the next break.
But the point is that, KU, they're not getting great product in, and they haven't had great coaching, so they're not going to necessarily turn them into anything special. Virginia probably should have more than they do. But again, they're lagging behind. Nebraska's not had an issue with bringing players in.
Nope.
It's either been about keeping them or making them better. And that is how these streaks and these tweets and these factoids will end when you start doing that. Now, the hope is that with this coaching staff, that they have more developers, like a Jeep Wade, for example, in-house, ready to take this raw material and make it worth something to where the pros will look at them and say, I'll use a draft pick on that guy. And then they'll do something for me in the league. That's the hope with this group. We'll see if it happens. And all of this, again, it's not just a Matt Rule problem. Obviously, he's only responsible for about a fifth of it. He's only been here for 3 years. Dates back, basically since end of Bo.
Yeah, this is, the 2012 draft class is like the midpoint of Bo.
But it's absolutely, it's damn near galling that the same problem exists, that the same lack of development problem exists through Bo, through Riley, through Frost, and now to Rule.
Is it really
through 4 administrations? How can that continue to happen?
Well, isn't the obvious answer because they have not hired the right coaches or the best coaches or the coaches who get the most out of guys, Like, I think that I don't mean to be so glib and easy. Like, I'm giving you an easy answer, but it's just like,
but when you say coaches, we're talking assistants too.
Oh, honestly, my biggest issue is actually the assistants more than it is the head coaches. I sat down at my desk. I have this thing over there where, remember Kool-Aid Steve? I was very critical of Scott Frost's first coaching staff because he just brought everybody with him. And there's something over there with Jim Anders' face and basically expletives in my words or whatever. And I saw that today. I don't know why, but I saw it on my way in and I just kind of laughed at it. And I started thinking about this very discussion. And I was like, that's been my problem, man. Most of the time is the assistants I think suck. And I will use the example that I always use. The same offseason, Alabama needed a new offensive coordinator. And they hired a former NFL head coach. And Nebraska hired a guy who was working in a credit union. And it's like, that's why you fail. They hired an NFL head coach, and you hired a guy who is doing, I don't even know what a credit union does.
Well,
Money?
It's a credit. It's a place where you get like loans and stuff.
That's who they
it
hire
works
to
kinda
Clays and to fix Adrian Martinez.
Yeah,
you wonder why they fail. You wonder why they went 3-9.
Yeah. It's almost like they need a little green guy with big ears standing outside just going, and that is why you fail.
Apparently my internet failed. Probably opening 100 24/7 tabs just now screwed things up. All right, there we go.
Mustache Adam says, how dare you dismiss Old Man Doug's line of work? Old Man Doug runs a bank.
Yeah.
A credit union, it runs like a bank, but it's not a bank.
Yeah, my bad. All right, I'll have those numbers for you when we return.
But the bottom line is
It's not
Nebraska
gonna be
literally got a head coach from the credit union ranks.
Credit to be the play caller. And you wonder why they suck.
You do.
Imagine if your rival, if Iowa did that. First of all, you'd be like, well, this is going to suck when we lose to the team that has a credit union guy as their OC. But you'd also want to make fun of them to no end. That's you now. That is Nebraska.
And to bring it all full circle, and that's why people got mad at the tweet, because of all the memes and all the laughter at Nebraska.
I told you before, as a Cowboys fan, I feel like I am a lesser human. That it's like, man, if I rooted for a team that wasn't the Cowboys, I would make fun of the Cowboys all the time. Soft organization.
It's a lot of fun.
Terrible people.
It's
like
fun.
It's a joke. I would love to make fun of them.
It's
Instead,
great.
I root for them like an idiot.
You should try it. It's
That's
fun.
Nebraska. Everybody loves to be like, you guys care so much and you are miserable. And yet people try to talk themselves out of the misery. You got to embrace it.
We'll continue on 1620 The Zone. Zone Deal Woodcliff Restaurant, Omaha's best outdoor patio with delicious food, a perfect view of Woodcliff Lake. They got the Thursday weekly burger special or the Friday fish special, and you can get two $25 gift vouchers, a $50 value for just $25 starting 9 a.m. Friday. You can find it under the deals tab at 1620thezone.com or be listening later this week on the Grum. We will be giving away some of those $50 gift vouchers to the Woodcliff Restaurant. All right, so you did some math. What do you got?
Did the numbers. All right, so we're both wrong. Do
Oh,
you want me to read the ratings and then I'll tell you the average?
sure. Why not?
All right. I'll go back to 2012.
So these are the average, which site
This is
did
I
you
use 24/7.
24/7.
These are the team rankings starting in 2012.
And then this is the high school incoming recruiting rankings. High school
27,
class.
21, 33, 29, 24. We're into the Mike Riley era. 23. Here's the first Scott Frost class. 26, 17, 20, 30, 43. That was the last full Scott Frost class. 28, 21, 25. And then this is going to bring the average down, Sean. 91. They ranked 91st in 2026. Now they have all the excuses. We wanted a spar class. We wanted to go to the portal.
Yeah,
I mean, that doesn't
all
really
right, so
explain
that's
why you
gonna-
had a bunch of bad players, but I digress. The average. Now I did remove that. I just wanted to see what it would have looked like without 20.
Yeah, because let's face it. This exercise for high school probably only works for about a dozen of those years, because really the last 3 years, the emphasis on high school recruiting has changed to more portal.
Which I would still say is that the right plan. Anyway, average over those years, 30 and a half. But if you do remove the 91st ranking, it is 26.2.
Okay.
I mean, you're a little off. You're further
Yeah,
off than
I'm
I
off.
am.
I'm
We're
off.
not that far off, though. We're still talking about a top 30 recruiter.
Mm-hmm.
They are not getting top 30 results.
No.
They would, top 30 results means, over the course of multiple years, you should finish in the top 25, a few times and outside of it a few times as well.
I can guarantee you
You should be a
that
bowl team every damn year, though. That's for sure.
I can guarantee you that Iowa's average recruiting ranking in the same window is not as good as Nebraska.
No, and I bet Wisconsin the same thing. Yeah, and I know Wisconsin's kind of dropped off a little bit, right? They're not the peer that they're not the peer. They were never Nebraska's peer. They were always a team that was better than them.
Mhm.
Minnesota would be another team that has been better than them,
Mhm.
who I know recruits at a lower level. Illinois, a team that recruits at a lower level. By the way, I went on my rant about assistant coaches and coordinators that they hired, points out, don't forget about the golf instructor as a wide receiver coach. I believe it was Kevin who broke that news, Kugler, and
then got yelled at by
Bo
Bo
wasn't happy about
because it wasn't Kevin's story to tell.
But indeed, they hired a golf coach to be their wide receivers coach.
And listen, we had our issues with Uncle Don. One of the primary issues was he had never been the line coach.
Learning on the job.
He was the assistant to the assistant line coach.
Yeah.
It also happened that he was the
Was he
uncle
related to
of the
anybody?
quarterback, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
But that's kind of where Nebraska has gone. This is why the Jeep Wade hire is more encouraging.
I
because
like the Jeep
here
Wade
is
hire.
a guy who's been in the trenches, literally and figuratively, and he has a track record. Just in this past draft, had at least, was it one or two of his former linemen at Georgia Tech that got drafted. So he's got a track record.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I might think that he has lost his fastball, but at least when they hired Dana, they shot their shot, right? They went out and got a proven guy. Too often, Nebraska over the years has gone with the experimental route or tried to identify the hot up-and-comer.
Uh-oh.
How can you become a good developer of talent when you're also trying to develop assistant coaches at the same time?
Can't.
That doesn't compute.
Especially in this league, against this competition, against schedules like the one that they're about to have.
You need some seasoned folks.
Yeah.
We can't be serving unsalted meat.
Yes. Good take, John.
We need to put some seasoning on the meat.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, hopefully, they have course corrected to a degree on some of the changes they have made, but
We'll see.
We'll see.
Jimmy says, so tired of Nebraska chasing the shiny objects all the time. For Nebraska to win, it doesn't look shiny and new. It's still toughness and development in the middle. See, and like, I agree with him. I am stunned that this operation so far has not been that. But then I do always go back to the thing that I bring up a lot lately, and that is college football now is more like the NFL than ever before, and Rule struggled in the NFL. And so maybe it makes more sense. You know, if Nebraska hires a Matt Rule type a decade ago, I think it works really, really well because I think that addition or that version of Matt Rule was really built to win in college. And like, look, maybe he took over. Maybe we're underestimating Baylor and how good of a job that is. Like, I know he took over at a really horrible time, and I can't imagine having to go into bedrooms or home living rooms and recruit and tell mothers and fathers, like, yeah, come to this school that's a tire fire right now. But they're still in Texas, and that program has really been good over the last, 15 years. That said, like, it was a different era of college football. He got out right as things changed, and now he's back, and they're struggling, We wondered that, though. Like, day one he got hired, we said he wants to be a developmental guy. Can he be a developmental guy when players don't stick around anymore? And so far, the answer is proven no.
But the misnomer is that development doesn't. You don't have to be a 4-year or 5-year player to be a development player. The idea of development is, hell, even the 1-year rentals. Mendoza, the guy who went number one in the draft.
Sure.
If he finishes out his career at Cal, I guarantee you,
he's not number
Fernando
one
Mendoza is not going number one in the NFL draft. He goes to one place for 1 year.
That's a great point.
Goes 16-0, wins a national title, impresses a lot of folks, and becomes the number one guy. He got better. He got better from junior year at Cal to 5th year at Indiana. You don't have to be a 4-year kid to be developed. Development happens every single year.
Yeah.
So whether or not Matt Rule can be what he was at Baylor, because there wasn't a transfer portal, doesn't leave open the fact, or does leave open the fact that you can still, even if you're bringing in transfers, you can turn that once successful transfer or that once successful player somewhere else into an even more successful player in your program. Calandria could be an example of that, right? Guy who can come in, do it in 1 year. I'm not saying Calandria is going to be an NFL draft pick, but become a good football player at this level.
Who cares about the draft part about it? For this discussion.
For this discussion.
Yeah.
For this discussion. Yeah. All right. Speaking of Calandria.
Was he in your hot take?
Well, no. He was in yours, but I get. Are we going to run out of time again?
I think we can save we're up against it now. I say we take the Calandria stuff, we park it tomorrow, and so we can do the other stuff.
All right. Super hot take market and
Mandela effect, baby.
Let's go.
Now it was interesting. I'll read. Never mind. I'll read the text when we return about something about the Mandela effect.
And then Steve Sipple.
Yeah.
On 1620 The Zone. take market of the super variety. It's a super hot take market because it's got everything. It's got
Mandela effect and more.
everything. Hot take. The NCAA must handle this Brendan Sorsby case correctly.
Ooh, good call.
They have to make sure that whatever is found in this investigation, if it turns out that he was betting on what they believe he was betting on, that he gone. But I would add, I think the NCAA must seriously reconsider the sports wagering limitations that they have, because it used to be you shall not bet, period. And now, yeah, I guess if you want to bet, $1 on balls and strikes, you can. But I've seen this from a lot of different angles, that this is just the tip of the iceberg, that there are other people out there who have been in college athletics who have been wagering perhaps on their own sport, if not their own team. And that's going to cause a greater problem. And I think for ease and lack of confusion, it's similar to a lot what we see in a lot of professional leagues. You're not allowed to bet on sports. Period. End of story. You've got to make this case
The reason why.
impactful and the punishment definitive and swift, and stick with it, because you do not want this to turn into anything more than it is. It's already scandalous enough. You don't want it becoming worse than it is.
I think you make a very good argument. I think when we talked about it a couple years ago, we didn't have a whole lot of evidence to use for or against. I said that they should be allowed to bet on all sorts of sports. I definitely do not think that way anymore. And I think that would be the best idea to maybe get rid of any of the questions about this type of stuff moving forward. Hot take, I believe. Nebraska is making a mistake not having a stadium naming sponsor.
Boo.
Now, look, I understand why you say boo. Mitch Sherman agreed with you yesterday. It's Memorial Stadium. I get that. I understand why they called it Memorial Stadium back in 1923 when it opened. And I understand why they still want to call it Memorial Stadium in 2028 when the project is done. But if we live in an era where they keep talking about the influx of cash and how important all these things are, having a naming right would be a game changer and would allow them to make a lot of money. Just saying, you can't cry poor when you have this real opportunity to have millions of dollars coming in that would help you pay lots of bills. And it would.
I don't think they're that poor.
They're not.
And,
You're right.
And B, I don't think it would be wise for a sponsor to take on that.
Why?
Let's just say, for argument's sake, let's say it's called Pepsi Stadium. I think there could be, I think as a sponsor, you want to sponsor things that, you want to engender good feelings. And if you get enough folks that will.
You think people would be that mad about it?
Yes. It is Memorial Stadium. It is meant as that. There are plenty of things that you can have named. You can name the big screen. If you want, you can rename the South Stadium. You could call it, the Pepsi Stadium, the section,
the Pepsi Zone,
or Pepsi, whatever. There's a lot of different areas where you can sprinkle around corporate sponsorships. But if you're going to truly honor what that stadium was built for in the first place, you cannot change the name of the stadium. It is Memorial Stadium.
Baymont says, just don't call it Liquid Trucking Stadium. John will never get that
I
right.
probably won't.
Well, in that case, you definitely would still call it Memorial Stadium.
I would, but
Mm-hmm.
I get your point.
Yeah.
On that similar subject, the volleyball reseat is chicken feed compared to what the headaches are going to be coming from the football reseat.
Good take.
And this is going to be a very tricky decision for Troy Dannon and company on whether or not you go hard line or you try to soften the blow, because it really comes in two forms. Number one, 2027, the stadium's going to be shrunk down because of construction. There's going to be people that have had season tickets that will not have season tickets because there's not enough seats.
Sure.
So those folks are going to be alienated. Also, at that same time, you're anticipating that the new West Stadium will be done, which will create the more club level experience and raise those prices very high. And so you got a lot of those folks who currently sit in the West Stadium who are going to have a choice to make. Am I going to keep these seats and pay a hell of a whole lot more? Or am I going to be shipped or be willing to go somewhere else? Obviously, sometimes you just got to rip the Band-Aid and go. But you're at a very delicate point right now where A, you might be kicking them out of the stadium in 2027 because you don't have the seats. And B, you might be kicking them out of their seats that they've had for a very long time in place of more corporate. And get ready for this, Husker fans. A lot of the folks, not a lot, but I would dare say a decent percentage of the tickets purchased in the new West Stadium will be corporate seats.
How many?
They won't. I don't know how many, but a lot of them will.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you watch Yankee Stadium games or Wrigley Field games, all those club seats right behind home plate, you notice during middle of games how those seats are empty? That's because they're corporate seats, and most of those folks are entertaining clients down in the club level, down in the private section, the club, the restaurant, whatever you want to call it. You have to get ready for that as well, because that's the attitude that a lot of people have. Is, I'm here to entertain clients. I'm here, I'm trying to, impress these people. And it's not always about the game. And it's going to change the way the stadium looks and feels at time.
Thank God that part of the stadium isn't on TV. It's the other side of the stadium that is.
True. But when it comes to the reseating, this is a fine line to walk. Yeah. And it's going to be very, very challenging. More challenging than the 2-year timeline of getting the thing built in the first place.
All right, let's get to the main event. Hot take I could be talked into.
Fall asleep now.
John, we're living in a simulation. Now, I wrote this question down earlier. We've already discussed this. Have you heard about the Mandela effect? Yes.
So I have now.
I had this happen to me over the weekend.
Is this while you were in your sick stupor?
Now, maybe that's part of the reason why. I was watching the penultimate episode of The Last Dance, which featured stories about the 1997 NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
And in the midst of that, it talks about a game-winning jump shot that Michael Jordan had against the Jazz in Game 1.
He did.
Do you remember who was guarding him on that jump shot, John? It's the same man that would guard him on the final jump shot of his Bulls career. Do you know the name of that player?
It wasn't Stockton, was it?
It wasn't Stockton.
That would have been my guess.
I don't know.
His last name is Russell.
Bill Russell? He was
Not
still
Bill.
playing?
No, he retired by then. R.I.P.
I mean, that's impressive. He was still playing at 75.
All right, so here's where things get weird for your boy. The shot came against a man named Brian Russell, Bryon. I remember him as Byron Russell, and thus as Andy Wright, Byron Russell. Much to my surprise, his name is Brian. And I'm watching this, and I was thinking, no way, that can't be true. Then they show his name on the screen, Brian Russell, Bryon, which is not a normal way to spell Brian, by the way. And so then I searched Byron Russell, Mandela effect. Sure enough, there are multiple people who also thought his name was Byron Russell because it was named Byron Russell, and we are living in a simulation.
No,
I knew it.
You just saw the letter O and assumed it was Byron, not Brian, because no one spells Brian with an O.
I remember them saying Byron Russell.
You're all dyslexic. That's why you remember it that way.
I remember them saying Byron when I was a child. Mandela effect strikes again, folks.
This is weak. That's not a hot take. That's a conspiracy theory.
No, a hot take is we're living in a simulation. Who's the conspiracy with? Who is conspiring?
Whoever's put you in this alternate universe.
We're all in a simulation. It's not an alternate universe. It's a simulation. What do you think happens when you die? All right, there you go.
They
That's
change your name and they put an O in it.
Maybe they do. Josh. Kind of sounded a little problematic. I apologize.
That was just the longest windup. Anyway,
Byron, not Brian.
Anyway, Steve Sipple has no O's in his name. Even when you add the Steven and the M.
Money Chris, no way. His name was Byron. See? Byron Russell.
Most people don't even remember.
Everybody does if you're an NBA fan.
Well, exactly. Most people in this audience aren't
It's the
NBA
most watched
fans.
NBA game of all time, Game 6 of the 1998 NBA Finals.
Yeah, that was almost 30 years ago.
It was a great time in
Many
American
of our audience
history.
wasn't even around then.
Well, we call those Gen Zers.
I wish I was alive.
Good take.
Yep.
1998, great time.
Oh, was this the one where he faked sick?
No, that was 97.
Oh, okay.
That was the same episode I watched.
All right.
Yeah.
When we come back, Steve Sipple will join us. It's the happy hour on 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Stephen M. Sipple. Sip, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys doing? I'm listening to your show.
Oh, did you have any takes on the Byron Russell situation?
Please say no.
No, I agreed with Josh on that completely. I mean,
Thank you.
I remember though Josh Byron. I mean, I've always remembered him by Byron.
Me too. But his name apparently is Brian.
Again, because he had an O in his name and it confused. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
How do we remember the announcer saying Byron Russell?
It's because it's because the memory works in weird ways.
But this is again a collective memory. This is a Mandela effect.
It is not a Mandela effect. It's human nature. The memory works in weird ways.
You're missing. I don't know why, again, the Mandela effect is upsetting you.
It's not upsetting me. I'm explaining to you what it is.
But if we all collectively have the same memory, that is the Mandela effect.
No, that is not. That is people, humans, who has brain functions and synapses who work in a similar way. It's a reason why some people have issues and have brain farts and, constantly mispronounce certain things.
Interesting.
That's why.
Anyway, and also, when you say, Josh, we're living in a simulation, I've heard this before.
Oh,
yeah.
I never could figure out what simulation, like, what's that? What are we talking about?
You're not a sci-fi guy, but did you ever see The Matrix?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So it's like a computer like people are saying like it's a computer simulation. They're like, this is all just a computer program.
Yeah. But what's it mean? Like that we're not real?
Yeah, I mean, basically. But that's the thing. It's like, if this was true, if it actually was a simulation, like, would that matter? Like, would it change your life that much? I mean, I guess you go kill people, like, it's just a computer. I wouldn't, for the record.
To quote the philosopher,
who
sat in the high school gym during the pro wrestling seminar, it's still real to me, damn it.
He did say that.
As long as it's real to me, does it really matter what real is?
Correct. It wouldn't change my day.
It's still real to me.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
I still have shows to do every day for 4 hours.
Exactly.
I can't be like, well, it's a computer. Don't have to do any shows.
Right.
I still have bills to pay.
Mean, I have a check engine light on. That feels very real to me.
Exactly.
Oh, you have a check engine light on?
Better go take that into the shop, bro.
I think it's a sensor. I think it's a sensor.
Oh, I hate that, man. They get you on them sensors.
Timothy says, does John not understand the Mandela effect? No, he definitely does not. I've tried to explain
No,
to him.
I do understand it. I'm just explaining to you why you all think that way, because it's an unusual spelling of the name. If anything, blame Brian Russell's parents for being idiots and not spelling Brian the correct way.
It is.
Oh, easy, John. Easy.
I'm a stickler for this. I don't like it when people just throw together combinations of letters and expect me to be able to pronounce it correctly.
Wow, I didn't know this. You must hate Eastern Europeans.
Well, but they're not us. They're not Americans. They don't speak English.
Oh, okay.
I get it. I mean, if different language, different country. But don't spell your name XYZ and make me say it's Jim. No, it's Xwas. Anyway.
Anywho.
Sip, we were talking earlier. I don't know if you saw this on Twitter yesterday, but
Sean made everybody mad again.
No, I only made a few people mad, only because other people made fun of the people that were mad.
I see.
Nebraska, Kansas, Virginia are the only 3 Power 4 programs to not have a top 50 NFL draft pick in the last 15 drafts.
Yeah, so dating back to 2014.
12.
It was dating back to 12
It's
because
the first year after Prince.
Prince was drafted top 50 in 2011.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's it's much discussed, and it's. I mean, okay. If you want my opinion,
Yep.
and I think it's the most. I always frame it up this way, and you guys get this, I'm sure, in your occupation like mine. Sip, what's happened to Nebraska football? National people ask you that, or someone that's not around. There's someone from who's not around here. So what's happened? And it's sort of a complicated discussion in a lot of ways, but in some ways it's not. You just point to that. You say, well, they've had one first rounder since 2011. They don't get guys drafted hardly ever now in the top 2 rounds. Cam Taylor, Britt, Juergens, of course, and maybe I'm missing somebody in recent years. But the draft is telling because it's no bias in the conversation. All those NFL teams are doing their best to win, and they're picking the guys that they deem that most apt to help them. So that's the thing I point to.
Yep.
It's one guy in the 5th, and you think you're gonna challenge for the Big Ten title? It'd be a miracle if you do that. I mean, it'd be a borderline miracle. So that's where you're at.
Sip, every time one of these types of questions comes up with you, whether it's like money related or now draft related, I always spin it a different way and ask you, does it ever cause you to kind of reevaluate things in a different way, maybe a big picture expectations or the like? I ask you this, and I know this was about the 26th draft, and so that doesn't have anything to do with the 26th season because those are different players. But does something like this happening cause you to rethink expectations for the team in the immediate future, given the rest of the roster is probably in a similar boat, just given that it's been this way for 15 years?
Well, I have to think about that. I haven't thought about next year's draft or what it might look like for Nebraska, except there's a couple guys. Pritchett. Yeah, Pritchett and Evans right off the top of my head look like guys that can play in the league and will probably get drafted. But yeah, no, the answer is no. And unfortunately for Nebraska, if you're a Nebraska fan, I say no because I don't have that high of expectations anyway. I mean, so no, it doesn't really affect it. I don't expect that Nebraska, I'll cover the draft again next year. And I suspect it'll be very similar to this year, right? I mean, I'm just, as we're talking right now, I'm literally going through what I would project as a starting lineup. I wish I had it in front of me, but nothing coming to mind except those 2 guys, particularly Pritchett. I'm thinking skill guys right now. No, I mean, there's nobody evident that you'd say first or second rounder. I hope Pritchett becomes that. I think he has a chance. But I don't. There's nobody that comes to mind that screams second or first round.
Sip, in your column today on HuskerOnline.com, talks with E.J. Barthel in terms of his confidence in the running back room, and his quote, as you wrote it, "I'm really happy with this group," talking about the running back room. "This is the best we've had in terms of the coaching points, the reads, the tempo, and timing, and understanding of the run game. This is the best group I've had collectively. People may think that's crazy, but that's the truth." It really feels like we're going to have one of 2 things happen. And I hate to pigeonhole it into that, but it feels like one of 2 things will happen at the end of the season. Either E.J. Barthel, Matt Rule, Nebraska football at large is going to have one big, fat, great, I told you so, or there's going to be some guys wondering if they have jobs next year because the running back room was a complete bust, because this has been one of the big trigger points in this offseason was, well, how are you going to replace Emmett? Oh, you're going to replace him with all the same guys plus this one freshman we don't know anything about. But they've really doubled down on their confidence in this group.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unknown to us because, I mean, you can't. I'm not critical of the guys behind Emmett because they were young. I mean, that's the thing that you gotta. I have to keep reminding myself. Mackay I think in August they thought Mackay would be a guy that maybe in that opener against Cincinnati and Arrowhead would get 12 carries.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't materialize that way. They were in a tussle. They used Emmett, and they kind of just stayed in that vein. Now Mackay was only a freshman; he's a sophomore now, and that picture will look different. Mosey, I mean, one of the most telling comments of the offseason, in my opinion, was E.J. Barthel saying he didn't even regard Mosey as a running back last year because it was a recent. They had just moved him in the offseason after spring ball. And I kind of thought it was interesting to me he said that because I kind of thought of it that way too. I just didn't even seem like a running back to me. He didn't really run like a running back. He didn't, and then now he is. It was very striking in the spring game. The emphasis was you got to hammer it between the tackles, and I thought he looked good. He did it. He looked good doing it. And then of course Jamal Rule, he kind of captured the imagination. I'm not going overboard with all of that. I mean, it's a spring game. But I was. You had the 75-yard run, and that got everybody talking. I thought the first few carries, those were made of almost as big an impression on me as that long run. My first impression of him was strong on a 4-yard run. I mean, he runs behind his pads, good lean, hits the hole hard, tough, goes into contact. That's what you got to have. Yeah, it was nice though that he was able to sprint away from a corner, but yeah, I think when Barthel talks like that, it doesn't. I mean, he talks with a lot of conviction about it, and I happen to be a Mackay Nelson fan, so I think there's validity to the conversation.
Sip, you had a really interesting comment today in the chat with the subscribers. This was in response to a question about Troy Dannon and what he had to say on Friday. You said based on what I heard Friday and recently, I'm confused. A lot of people are confused. People who shouldn't be confused are confused. On the surface, it's not a great look. I leave open the possibility that behind the scenes, NU is operating in a streamlined and tactical manner. And that's in relation to the NIL stuff. And Dan, and we played the clip yesterday on the show as well. Like, what is going on here? Because I know I left hearing that answer very confused. And given what you said there, everybody is in agreement on that.
Well, I mean, when I think about it, I think of it about it in the context of 1890, and 1890 was the NIL that provided NIL structure.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Peed family, and it was a great setup. And then it ended. Now, a lot of schools have an in-house structure, like kind of like 1890 was, but it would just be like moved in-house. Nebraska has nothing like that. And I know just anecdotally that, there's coaches that kind of try to do it on their own, try to figure it out on their own. It's not, and okay. And if you just want to talk, just real talk, I mean, Dannon was talking during a press conference for the stadium. That's when he said his comments.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Matt Rule was doing an interview off to the side, and he said 50% of his time is spent with donors. This didn't match up.
Yeah.
That was my confusion. And that, when Matt goes on these trips, which he's been criticized for, and we do that in this society prematurely. We don't get all the facts. I do it. And now Matt would tell you that, I was at Madison Square Garden watching the Knicks with a prominent donor. I mean, that's what we're due, It's part of the process. That can be part of the process. So, but then we're told that they're not doing that. So I don't know. Do you see my confusion? Do you at least understand my confusion?
Yeah. Why? Here's a question coming off of what you just said. Why is 1890 done?
Because the rules changed, and it sort of eliminated that. Well, I'm just going to call it that sort of NIL. You're not technically see, it's so confusing to people.
Yeah, because
They're
other
really
schools are still doing it. That's where I think the confusion
they're still
comes, right?
doing it
Yeah.
in this other lane that's not necessarily kosher. I mean, it's not really supposed to do it. It's a wink thing, but it's being done, and that's that's therein lies much of the confusion. Now Dannon told the world that we're not playing that game. Oh, you're not? Okay. First of all, good luck.
Right.
And second of all, okay, now let's see what that looks like. And he might know, and my guess is, now Dannon he sees those guys they're paid a lot handsomely to see 3 and 4 steps ahead of us. It could be that he just sees some things unfolding that we're not seeing. And he's paid to do that.
Well, a lot of this is going to ride on that arbitration case that's being heard this week.
Today.
And it's supposed to be ruled on within the next 5 days regarding the Nebraska lawsuit and the CSC, because what Nebraska is trying to do is essentially pawn off's not the right word, but the third-party NIL will be handled by Playfly, their multimedia rights partner. And if that goes through, then they're okay. If that gets shot down, then it probably goes to, a different court. State of Nebraska will probably challenge it, and yada, yada, yada. That's where it all ends up. At the end of the day, I get why Nebraska's standing on this. I get why they're the guinea pigs. They're the canary in the coal mine on this case. At the same time, I wonder if it puts them further behind while we wait for all this stuff to play out before we get, really any kind of an answer on what Nebraska wants to do becoming legal or not.
Let's see what the arbiter says.
Yeah.
First of all, I don't want to say they're behind before I even know what the arbiter's ruling is.
I say behind in the sense that, we got the $40 million rosters allegedly out there and Nebraska doesn't.
Right. If Nebraska's, at a $15 million deficit compared to the heavies, Texas, Oregon, Miami, Texas Tech, etc. But here's the thing. I'm not in the camp that just says you are screwed at that point. I don't think you are. Come on, you know where I'm going now, right? You just go straight to Fred Hoiberg. Hoiberg, not different sport, fewer guys, I get it, but he made it work. And if I think most Nebraska, I would just say this. It'd be very appealing to me to have a coach in place who says, yeah, we're in a deficit, but I'm going to make this work. We're going to have to, we'll have to do some things differently, and we'll have to do some things better than some places, but I'm going to make it work. And we can make it work. We're not at such a deficit that it's a lost cause. Nebraska is not at a deficit right now where it's a lost cause. That you can make it work, but it is harder, and you do have to. I think you have to judge in the process of judging a coach, you have to take that into account.
Well, that's interesting because Rule has spent a lot of time lately talking about money. Not saying he's not approaching it like we will be fine. We're going to overcome these issues.
No,
yeah.
No, Josh, that's very. Yeah, I appreciate you pointing that out because he has. He's done the other way. He's gone the other way.
Yeah.
It was very interesting what he said recently on a show here, when he said, "I did say what I said in the fall, that we're fine, we're good, we're positioned well, but then the landscape changed." So that was the answer. That was Rule addressing what everybody was wondering.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't exactly the answer a lot of people wanted to hear, but he addressed it, and that's where he comes down on it. And I know that's where he comes down. I've heard him. I know people he has private conversations with. He feels it's an issue, and that's where we're at.
Sip, are you watching NBA playoffs?
Of course he is. It's his favorite time of year.
No,
Orlando, Detroit last night was a great game. You probably watched on NBC.
No, I did not.
Orlando's an 8 seed.
And they're up 3-1.
And they're doing a number on Detroit, and it's fun to watch.
That's a tough look for the people of Detroit who worked hard to earn that number 1 seed.
Yeah, and now they stink. They don't look like they belong, which is weird because they're playing an 8 seed.
Yeah, it's a misleading 8 seed. I mean, if you don't know the seeds, and you're watching the game, you wouldn't know who the
Bingo.
The one off.
Bingo. You would have no idea.
Yeah, if you didn't know.
Well, maybe they should put the
Orlando,
graphics on the screen.
I'd say Orlando underachieved to a large degree. I can speak with some intelligence about this because Alex, my grandson, is a strange, like, strangely dedicated Magic fan. I mean, he watches. I always tell him, you're probably the only person in Lincoln right now who's watching a regular season Magic game, and you might be the only one. He's always like, there's probably like 4 and maybe 15.
He needs to start a fan club, a Lincoln fan club for the Orlando Magic.
Yeah, Mosley, their coach, John, you'd be very interested, was really under the gun, and now he's probably saving his job right now.
He's going to go to the second round.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of an interesting story to me because they badly underachieved during the regular season. Now they just turned it on. I don't get it, but whatever. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Listen, I understand it. If you're in the East right now and your name's not the Boston Celtics, you want to dive for cover because you don't want to have to deal with the juggernaut of Banner 19. It's just as inevitable.
What?
Banner 19. Come on, Sip. Know your NBA history.
Sip, he was a Celtics hater in the 80s, and now he pretends to like them to troll me. It's very upsetting.
To troll you? I have always been a huge Celtics fan.
You were literally a Magic Johnson guy.
Always loved the Celtics.
You literally hated them.
Loved the Celtics.
Unreal.
You trolling?
There is no question
Yes.
in my mind that the greatest white basketball player in the history of the Boston Celtics is Baylor Shireman.
See, it's because of stupid Baylor. They need to trade his ass. Get him off that stupid
Well,
team.
if they traded him, then that team would be better.
Hey, that's fine. Trade him to the
Maybe
Lakers.
they could trade him to Detroit for these last 3 games.
Sip,
They're
I
going to need him.
I don't watch as much NBA as I did when I was younger, but God, I hate the Celtics, man. They come on my TV and I just get a visceral reaction. I despise them.
Why is that?
Because I hate them. I want them to lose. It makes me mad. Also, since I've been alive, when they win a championship, everything else goes to hell in my sports fandom. Like, I am worried if they win another one.
Boston hasn't won the last 30 NBA championships.
No, but not with the Cowboys. With the teams I hate. When they won in 08, all sorts of teams that I despised won championships. When they won a couple years ago, it was them, it was Ohio State in football, and it was the Eagles. No, thank you. We got to take them down. Got to take them down.
Hey, one thing I would totally agree with you on style of play, both the Knicks and the Celtics are horrifying TV. I mean, the Knicks
talking
horrifying to watch because of Brunson. I mean,
yeah. Wow, you don't like Brunson?
No, God, no.
Foul because of the foul baiting?
Yeah, he gets fouled all the
That's
time.
fine.
That's literally what SGA is accused of doing.
And he sucks too.
Yeah, it's the same.
He doesn't
hard,
suck.
hard to watch.
Yeah,
Hard to
yeah,
watch.
yeah. It's ugly basketball. I hate foul baiting.
Yeah.
Well,
The Magic are pretty fun to watch, I will say that.
Yeah, they are.
And Cade Campbell's replaced Durant as my favorite player. And so now, I like I'm not cheering for the Magic or Detroit, but I do like Cade Campbell. Is my favorite player.
well, Sip, enjoy the basketball.
Now, John could care less, and that's fine. Most people don't care.
Again, most of us diehard Celtic fans wake us up when the finals begin. You know?
Oh, you're a diehard. Oh, man, are you?
Of course.
He doesn't even know when their next game is.
It doesn't matter
When's their next game?
When's their next game? When's the first game of the NBA Finals? That's their next game.
Their next game is in 41 minutes.
It's a scrimmage.
It's literally
it's
tonight.
It's a scrimmage. It's
literally
it's like the spring game. It's a literal spring game of Boston Celtics basketball.
You didn't know they played 41.
Is Larry Bird throwing out the first pitch tonight?
I don't think they do first pitches at basketball games.
Why not?
The first tip.
What kind of a crap organization is this? All right. Sip.
Bye, Sippo. Great to talk to you.
Hope we didn't cause Sip to drive off the road laughing.
Real quick, there was a couple of texts that we got earlier. Wow. It's going to end with a compliment of us. But before that, this guy's
first is going to start. I hate you guys. You suck.
He's going to rip on Dan. And Doc writes, The media needs to be talking to the donors to see what their perspective is. They are the ones that ultimately have the control. This athletic director has fired people who have been with the program for 20 years plus, or they have left because they realize this administration is not going in the right direction. Mr. Yogurt has no experience running a program of this magnitude. Put a pin in that real fast. It says, this is the only program, I think he meant program, I can stand to listen to anymore. Thank you, John and Josh, for at least being realist. I always used to listen to the Lincoln shows. Oopsie, simple. But I can't even bear to listen to them anymore. It's just straight propaganda. So going back, he has no experience running a program of this magnitude. I heard from a source earlier today, basically wondering aloud and proffering maybe that theory about old Dannon and if this is all just a little too big for him. And a lot of this is stemming from, I think, how he's handled things lately. But in particular, that quote on Fridays, it continues to make the rounds because it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
I mean, the guy was at Washington.
Not very long, though.
Yeah, but it was still a big boy program.
Yeah, but just because he was there doesn't mean he can run one. No, I think
he's been an administrator for 20. He's been an AD for 20 years.
I think he hired a good coach, though. At Washington, I think he hired a good coach.
I don't know. I mean, listen, there's gonna be people that
shout out to the Grum.
With every change of administration, there's going to be old guard that gets ushered out, and
it happened at Creighton, right?
Exactly, and the reaction will be, oh, you can't,
And I know I've heard that a lot from a lot of old guard Creighton people. Like, nope, Marcus Blossom ain't the dude.
Certainly, but that that's just the way it is sometimes. It happens in every walk of life. You get a new boss comes into your place of business, and all of a sudden, some of the middle managers get changed out because the boss wants to be, comfortable, or there's a certain style that they're looking for. I don't know. I listen. We've been very critical, and we've poked some holes in some things that have happened at the university over the last few years. To this point, I don't have a lot of issues with how Troy Dannon's run things.
Extension?
The extension is the first real thing where you're like, I understand the reasoning behind it and where they were at that time. And certainly that, more than even this stadium project, is going to determine his fate more than anything else. But that's no different than with any athletic director. When your money sport is doing well, chances are everyone's thriving. But when it doesn't, chances are heads will roll.
Yeah.
But outside of all of that, it's hard to look at that athletic department and say, geez, that guy doesn't know what he's doing. Everything else is running great. Everything else is running great.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought they took the proper amount of time
with the stadium stuff.
With the stadium stuff, it makes it a lot more palatable. I know we both openly questioned, geez, what are we waiting for? Prices of everything is going up, inflation.
Mm-hmm.
But when I look at the plan and I see some of the things that were included in it, and the deferred maintenance and how they were thinking through this, I'm like, seems like it's a pretty logical, common sense plan. Does he have a lot of decisions he's going to have to make? We talked about it earlier with the reseating and the season ticket holders.
For both volleyball and football.
Those are going to be very, very tricky.
Yeah.
But
and the football one even more so. Didn't you send out that tweet earlier today? Was that you or is that somebody else? It was like the volleyball reseating is going to be like one thing. It's going to be a whole separate piece. Maybe that was somebody else.
Well, that was my hot take, was the volleyball reseating is chicken feed compared to what they're going to have to deal with.
It's going to be crazy
because you're talking about people that have been entrenched for generations. And you're going to be talking about a hell of a lot more money.
Yeah.
A hell of a lot more money.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I will. I can wonder aloud and maybe disagree with the coaching extension of Matt Rule. But still, overall, when I look at the health of the athletic department, I can think that Troy Dannon's actually done a pretty darn good job and doesn't seem like he's out over his skis. That's my view. Anyway. Coming up next, it's content time. We have an update
Awesome.
on Nebraska ball and hosting a playoff game. Also, we've got more clarification on Ty Simpson. The 49ers had an interesting draft.
Here we go.
And we're going to find out what Diana Rossini likes to listen to on Spotify.
Oh, interesting.
On 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Jake, who's been filling in this week for Nick.
Yes, sir.
What do we got?
So the latest D1 baseball projections have Nebraska as the 12th seed and hosting 2-seed Arkansas at Haymarket Park. Would that be agonizing for Husker fans to have to face against Dave Van Horn in their first regional host since 2008?
On the surface, the answer is yes, but it has been, since Van Horn left, it's been 24 years since Dave Van Horn was the coach of Nebraska baseball. And while, yes, obviously he'd be coaching against his ex-shortstop and his ex-pitching coach, there's still very much a Van Horn vibe to Nebraska baseball all these years later. But I think a lot of the agony of that would be gone. Also, actually, it might bring you some angst. Because remember when Nebraska last matched up with Arkansas in a regional? There was a player named Mojo Hagee who played left field for the Huskers and kind of got razzed by all the rowdies out there at Baum Stadium down in Arkansas, and it got Husker fans mad. There might be a little revenge razzing going on. So I would think that Husker fans might actually welcome seeing the Omahogs in Lincoln.
Interesting. No, look, you obviously want to host it. Would it be agonizing? I think it would for that reason, for, just general vibes reasons of having him come back. The story would turn into a different kind of flavor. If they're hosting and not playing Arkansas, it's more about them. If they're hosting and playing Arkansas, it's more about olden times and kind of different things that take away from the game itself or the games themselves. That said, it'd be pretty cool to have Arkansas up here for a little June baseball.
Ty Simpson said on ESPN radio that he did in fact meet with Sean McVay in a private prior to the draft. He was asked to keep it under wraps to draw the scent away from other teams. Does this change how you view the pick?
Well, it would if you believe it, and maybe they're doing a little retcon from this entire situation. The Rams and how they're trying to be all secret and no, I didn't want to be excited at the presser because I didn't want Stafford to be sad about it. It just seems a little too convenient how every bit of this story continues to have to change how we all viewed it on Thursday to make people like you happy.
It ain't about making people like me.
They sound like the 49ers after they drafted Trey Lance. No, we wanted to do this. No, we didn't know it.
Okay,
it was actually totally fine.
All right. But the Trey Lance trade came with 1/100th the critique of the Ty Simpson pick. People, when Trey Lance was drafted, oh, this is a great move. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, man, the 49ers. It's amazing how when the 49ers do it, it's like, oh, yeah, this makes all the sense in the world. Why not trade another first-round pick so you can move up 3 spots in the draft?
I think that's a lot of revisionist history.
It's not. There were a ton I was
of
the
people.
only
No,
person saying this guy's going to be a bust.
There was a ton of critiquing of that move.
Didn't seem like it. It seems like there's a lot more critique of this.
Well, they needed a quarterback. You guys don't need a quarterback.
Need a quarterback for the future.
Again, all this stuff seems way too convenient, and it's just like sometimes you make weird picks. Just say yeah, we believe in him. But
if it's true?
We had secret meetings. I just don't believe it is.
I think it is.
Yeah, because you want to think it is. And
I think some people want to think, oh, the Rams made a reach here.
They did.
Again, this is. We're not going to be able to figure this out.
John,
the narrative has already been written. The narrative has already been written. If it was a bad pick, the only reason I said it was bad was the placement.
So
the placement, not the pick,
reach.
not the pick itself.
But a reach means you don't like where they drafted him. And so if you say on Thursday they won't do him at 15 or 13 because that would be a reach, if people call it a reach, you got to be like, yeah, I agree with you because 5 hours ago I said the same thing on the radio.
What I'm saying, though, is that this can all be true. It can still be a reach, but this all could be true, that they were afraid that their interest in this young man would then spark interest from other teams. As Schrager mentioned the day of the draft, he was getting a lot of calls on Simpson because the scuttlebutt was circling that his name was getting mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes all it takes, it's like when Warren Buffett, if he has an interest in a stock that's kind of off the rails, all of a sudden other people are like, oh, if he's interested.
If I have a take, people are like, crap, I got to get on that take.
49ers head coach John Lynch says that the only consensus draft opinion I care about is in this building. Why are so many inside the league triggered by consensus draft boards?
That's a good question. Why are so many people triggered by consensus draft boards? The same consensus draft boards that said that Ty Simpson wasn't worth the 13th pick.
I have found, as you know me, I've been dipping my toes in the draft waters a little bit more this year. That's what happens when your team has 2 picks in the top, well, it turned into 23, but 2 first-round picks. I pay attention to it more. So this is a fun new world that I'm exploring. I can't believe how many people are angry about consensus draft boards. All it is taking all of the
opinions
and doing an average, a composite.
It's like a composite preseason.
It's like
poll.
when we used to do 25 teams in 25 days, and
Yeah.
it was a composite. We never viewed it as bad. We viewed it as informational. I love consensus. It's just interesting to see what the consensus view is on people. If you believe in your picks, John Lynch, stand by your picks. That's all you got to do. Who cares?
I mean, just like the Rams, they can believe in their picks. So stand by your
49ers,
pick.
like they believed in their pick. It doesn't always work out.
That's true.
But I don't know why he was. I saw a lot of people this weekend mad about this stuff. Oh, consensus. I'm like, what? I like it. It's cool. It's just like it's a story. You don't have to use it. You can use it. It's like recruiting rankings.
Sure.
Pay attention or don't. But I don't know why John Lynch cares.
Well, because people are heating him up for some.
I think they drafted a running back that people got mad
some
about.
oddball picks.
Yeah. And hey, that's happened.
They thought. And strangely enough, the consensus opinion on the 49ers draft was it was the worst in the league.
Tough look.
Cooper Flagg narrowly beat former Duke teammate Con Gnepel for the NBA's Rookie of the Year. Do you agree with the vote?
It was very close. Only 12 first place votes different. And it was a landslide. It was just those 2 guys, essentially.
Yeah.
Con averaged 18, 5, and 3. Shattered the rookie record for 3-pointers. Led the league with 273, while Flagg 21, 7, and 4. Joining Bird, Jordan, and Doncic as the only rookies to average at least 20.6 rebounds, 4 assists. I mean, they're both really would have been great selections. They would have been great selections if the other hadn't existed. That said, I think Flagg's numbers are a little bit more impressive. And that kind of company, when you can join Bird, Jordan, and Doncic as the only rookies to have average those numbers, honestly, I'm surprised that the vote was this close.
I'm a Cooper Flagg guy here. The only debate, I guess, comes down to if you care about team success or not, which seems why Con Gnepel was able to.
Sure.
Because they were a better team. They made the playing game. They didn't make it into the actual playoffs.
Gnepel wasn't even the best rookie on his team. That was obviously Ryan Kalkbrenner.
It definitely was Ryan Kalkbrenner. I was, I guess, a little perplexed by this, though. Like, I've never viewed Rookie of the Year as this, like, it's not MVP. It's not about the team success, you know? And it's not even about if you remove this guy, how good is it? Well, obviously, it's a Rookie of the Year. So I thought for sure that it should have been Cooper Flagg. And I think he's going to be the better player.
I think team success should be. But I'm kind of that way with MVP voting, too. It's like it's about the most valuable player or individual or the best player.
But you don't view it as best player on the best team.
No,
I try to do it as you remove them and what happens if they have an average player at that position is how I've always tried to, because then that really presents an interesting version of value. You know, if you had an average quarterback instead of X, or where's the team success? And do that with all sorts of teams.
But that then punishes players who happen to be on elite teams. Because if you were to take, if you were to have an all-star team and you take one guy off, well, that team's still going to be really, really good.
Fair.
It can kind of eliminate those guys. So I try to look at this more individually about, what they did. Sure, what they meant to the team is nice. The team success, but all that's way down the list. I try to look at it as an individual award.
Yeah.
And individually,
Rookie of the Year.
I thought Flagg was the better vote.
The Nuggets showed some pride, as Josh put it, in last night's win over the T-Wolves. Will that pride be enough to take them over the top in this series against the depleted Minnesota team?
All right. I mean, now I kind of want to do the pride thing again because, as Jake just pointed out, they are depleted. Again, they're down their best player, down one of their other best players in DiVincenzo, and being, of course, the best player on the team, one of the best players in the NBA. They won last night, and I watched, the majority. I watched the first half of the game, and I went to sleep. I still was like, wow, why aren't you pulling away? I kind of think that is it wrong for me to think that a guy who's going to finish first or second in the MVP voting again in Jokic should not be able to take his team against that team without two of their best 3 or 4 best players and win the series? If they don't, they're a joke.
They won the damn finals 2 years ago.
That was 4 years ago, 3 years ago, first of all.
Was it 4? Or
yes,
3?
your precious Celtics won it 2 years ago. Yeah, they should win this series. They kind of stink though.
Sure.
All right. Good take, John.
Speaking of the NBA, the Celtics and Spurs can close it out tonight with gentlemen's sweeps. The Knicks and Hawks are tied at 2-2. What's happening this evening in the association?
Great question, Jake.
It depends. Are the Celtics going to go with their third team tonight? Are they going to have the quarterback in the no contact jersey? How are we going to handle this spring scrimmage?
I don't understand these football references.
Of course, the Celtics are going to win.
Of course.
Sadly,
Sadly, they are. I agree. Yeah. They're going to win. I think the Knicks are going to win. That game's at MSG, and I think the Spurs are going to win. So I think the Spurs and Celtics close it out. The Knicks go up 3-2. Basketball.
Online sleuths have discovered Diana Rossini's Spotify playlist she created for Mike around the time Vrabel's Titans were suffering through a 4-game losing streak. What do we make of her song choices?
So I didn't really see the song choices. I did want to give a shout out real quick. I guess I can read those as well. But to David Kovucci, who was the person who did this work. Now, there was a follow-up because people were like, this is pretend. It might not be real. Blah, and obviously, like Spotify is not going to confirm that this is real. But Mr. David followed up later on. I think it was today. Yeah, he said, if I was trying to cover my tracks here, I would not rename my Spotify account to a mashup of my 2 sons' names. And sure enough, Diana Rossini and Ty Carr, and her sons are Tyler and Carr. I don't remember what.
I thought the one kid was named Mike. Michael.
Tyler and no, that's Vrabel. Sorry, Vrabel changed his handle from Mike to Ty Carr, and his sons' names are Tyler and Carter.
Oh no!
Yeah, so basically, like,
no!
Yeah, so like
using his son's names while he's
just change it to anything
as a code name.
Yeah,
while he's cheating on their mother.
He did it. Well, I mean, yes, but he did it yesterday. So what I'm to assume is David had this tweet yesterday with the list, and at that time it said Tyler and Mike. He then changed it last night, and by covering his tracks, these two are idiots. Anyway, the songs.
I mean, there's quite the. I mean,
do you know any of these songs?
Well, yeah, of course.
Really?
I mean, "Welcome to the Jungle" by Guns N' Roses, "Photograph" by Def Leppard,
"Last Resort" by Papa Roach,
"Dance the Night Away" by Van Halen, "Styx," "Renegade," which is a very interesting choice.
Yeah, Diana, what are you doing here?
Considering that that's the song that they famously play in the fourth quarter of Steelers games. This was while he was the coach of the Titans, a division rival.
Yeah, that's
I guess they aren't a division rival, but they are a AFC rival.
Oh, that's quite interesting.
These people.
Yeah, seriously, man. Big yikes, as always.
This is going to make a great made-for-TV. Well, I guess they don't do made-for-TV movies anymore. They just do straight to
streaming.
This is going to make a great straight-for-streaming movie.
Maybe a movie club pick down the road.
Funplex, you remember them, right? Did you know that they're building a large steel roller coaster called the Mammoth? This looks fun, right?
I did not know that they were building a roller coaster. Either. How big is this going to be?
I mean, if you look at it, it kind of looks, I mean, it's not the same, but it kind of looks like it's around the same size as the old Orient Express in Kansas City, Worlds of Fun.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like Mamba sized, with the huge drops, but it actually looks like a pretty decent amusement park roller coaster. Good on you, Funplex.
Mm-hmm.
Does look good.
Hell, the old.
I haven't been to Funplex in years.
The old Peony Park roller coaster was weak AF.
Sad.
It was boring.
We should do the Grum from there when the roller coaster is finished.
We
They
do
still
some.
do
We
the-
do some sweet remotes there.
There
so-
we go.
Do they still do the go-karts there at the Funplex?
I don't know. Probably. I'd hope
I
so.
hope they're the really gassy fun. Well, no. The ones that go fast.
Oh.
I mean, the place my friend and I go to every year in Des Moines, they're electric go-karts. And they are fast.
It's like Bob Dylan. Wee.
Actually don't really make much of a noise. Except when I'm running into people.
Baymon says
Crashing them.
this has been an amazing show. Can we Happy New Year an entire episode? Wow, that came in the midst of our arguing about your bad backup quarterback, Ty Simpson, who's going to be really good, and the team really wanted him. Can't wait to see him on the field in 4 years for somebody else after they trade him.
This is going to be great when he turns out to be really good, and you all have to eat your words.
By that point, your coach will probably get sad and retire like he always wants to. I'm a millennial. I'm really sad.
That's your stupid generation.
He's your coach. I know
That's
what it's
your
like.
stupid generation.
Handshake meme. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be sad there, coach.
That's because you picked a crappy team to root for.
Sean, you should retire. It's a good idea. You're so rich. You're married. Just go read some books. I think he'd be great retired. I think he'd love his life. Also,
the jealousy is oozing from everyone's pores.
KD says John's full of it again. And then he adds about his guy, John Lynch. He was directly asked by a blogger why he always has the worst draft rankings. Okay, that's pretty funny. That I understand why he got upset about it then. Good job by you, John Lynch. Why do you have the worst draft rankings? That's funny.
I was actually kind of defending him.
Nice.
When we come back, what's for dinner on 1620 The Zone?
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
In the words of Peyton Manning, last night we had chicken parm. You taste so good.
Hell yeah, that's a good dinner right there, John.
Yep.
It's good.
Did you homemade or you go somewhere?
No, at home.
Shout out.
Yeah.
I mentioned last night we went to Backlot, had some pizza, some Detroit-style pizza, had some wings as well. We split some wings.
Oh, it's Baylor from Southie. Yeah, let's go. Oh, sorry.
His haircut's terrible.
He looks handsome.
Yeah. This
Handsome
afternoon,
AF.
I had leftovers for lunch. Tonight, some sort of a Chipotle chicken salad or tacho situation. I haven't decided exactly what I want to go with here. We have tots. We have also Chipotle chicken, so could combine it, do some things.
Okay,
maybe I'll do a wrap. I don't know. Figure out something. Should be good.
Yeah, that'll be good. I'm having some spaghetti with vodka sauce and Italian sausage.
Let's go.
Whoa. Spaghetti. Vodka sauce, so good.
Dude, vodka sauce rules.
We have so upgraded in terms of what our producer eats.
Yeah,
glad to hear.
True.
Because most of the time with Nick, it's like, oh, I don't know, rice, Taco Bell, and some white rice.
Chicken nuggets.
This 2 days in a row that young Jake has hit a home run with the chili last night, and now vodka pasta with Italian sausage.
Oh, that's a spicy Italian sausage. Reminder, go to your family members and ask them what the name of the player was that Michael Jordan pushed off of in the 98 finals.
Yeah, and when your dad looks up from his paper, which is a relic of a past time, and be like, I don't know who you're talking about.
You're a time traveler?
Yep.
Do newspapers still exist?
Yeah, time traveler who says you don't spell Brian that way.